knew from the moment I saw it that it was something special. I love the philosophy of anything you can do inside, you can do outside, and even though I have kids who've participated in the program, I've also taken that into my own personal kind of philosophy at home, as much as I can. Just let's go out on the driveway and put out a blanket and have snacks outside. So when I first saw the outdoor classroom that Wonder Bloom has, I knew that my kids were going to thrive there. I knew I had stepped into something really special. And it's interesting too, because it's tucked into, this area of Murray where you wouldn't expect, just hearing where it's located, that there would be a lot of access to nature, but you've got not only the cute outdoor classroom, which is, large in and of itself and secured off, there's also that soul garden that is attached to the Cottonwood Presbyterian Church that the kids can go on their walking field trips to, and the Murray Canal Trail right beyond that. And so there's, you really do feel like you're kind of in this little oasis of nature right there in Murray. So yeah, you've definitely built something special.
Well, thank you. Tell me what drew you to come work for Wonder Bloom. And then you also have 2 children that have participated as students at Wonder Bloom. So
yes.
Tell us about that.
Before, though, I feel like we need to highlight one last thing, which is when you did start, at least from what this part I have heard, and we've kind of highlighted a little bit on our, social media and all of that. But I know that when you did start the program, there was an immediate draw to the program, right? You had a wait list that was
whenever you start something new, you don't know if other people will think it's as interesting as you do. So I started the program out of my backyard as a trial. Our parents in Utah are going to think this is interesting to just have their kids outside most of the preschool day. And with my little backyard preschool, I could have 8 children there. And within 6 months, I had 64 children on the wait list. And so it really was a grassroots effort of people just learning about it and really being drawn to this idea the same way I was, of children need this right now, and this is going to be really important for them. And so that was proof of concept enough that I was able to then launch into opening a full-scale program where we serve 150 children a year from ages 2 to 5.
Yeah, and you've relocated now, so you started in your backyard and then relocated once because of the wait list, and then it continued to grow, and now we've gone to Murray, and we're now expanding again.
Yes, we should talk about that.
It's really exciting.
So one of the main draws for Utah Gives for us today is because we are launching a new Wonder Bloom location, and it's going to be at the Tracy Aviary Nature Center at Pia Ogwai. That's in South Salt Lake. The Nature Center has a 12-acre property. They've invited us to open a Wonder Bloom preschool on site as a partner with them. They really believe in the mission that we're doing to serve young children, get them connected with nature and the environment.
Yeah.
And so we're hoping that you give to Wonder Bloom to help us build this program, to get this off the ground. We totally segued away from talking about you, but let's talk about the importance of the scholarship program really quick.
So in addition, to helping build this really beautiful space at the Tracy Aviary Nature Center, where we'll have 4 and 5-year-olds attending, right? And building an outdoor classroom there, as well as obviously being able to utilize the other parts of the space. We are also really aiming to, out of a grant that we received a couple of years ago, we were able to launch our Equitable Access Initiative, which has allowed us to really serve members of our community that are underprivileged or have barriers to access really quality education. And so what that means for us is being able to offer sliding scale scholarships, and we really want to be able to continue making that more available, and obviously donations today can help us continue to serve those family members that are especially able to benefit from the health benefits of nature-based preschool. And that was a huge interest for me as a mom as well, being able to see something that I think I already knew kind of instinctually, but it was validated through all of the research that I saw on the website, on Wonderbloom's website, and then also just that exists out there, which is just the long-running list of health benefits that exist for being in nature. Just natural vitamin D and the fresh air on your face does wonders for the mood, and there's this research that shows that it's also contributing to the betterment of social skills and their psychological well-being and their gross motor skills. And I know for me, I am kind of segueing myself back now, but to, like, for me, the thing that I really loved in my observation of my own kids in the program is I have 2 kids. My daughter was diagnosed with autism, ADHD, and separation anxiety when she was 3.5, after she lost her dad. So there were a lot of emotional changes in our family, and I was kind of thrown into having to become the breadwinner suddenly, and find childcare for my kiddos because I was at the time a stay-at-home mom. So a lot of huge changes plus this diagnosis. And before finding Wonderbloom, we had tried some programs. My daughter had been in a few programs that were wonderful. They did great work, but a little more traditional, very, very much more traditional. And she, you know, it really was a struggle for her to adapt in those settings, in a more structured and sort of sit at the desk, you know, maybe 20 minutes outside kind of dynamic. So I would pick her up and I just would notice she would sort of unravel. It was the, like, she'd been on her best behavior, she'd been following all the rules, and then she just let it all out at the end of the day, and it was really hard on her. And so I eventually found Wonderbloom, and both because they were hiring and I was lucky enough to get a job there, and because my kids were able to attend, and my daughter was there for the summer, and
summer before she started kindergarten.
Yeah, the summer before she started kindergarten. So unfortunately, we didn't find it soon enough for her to be there for much longer, because I do think it would have had a long-term difference in her, and it already does, but I think it would have been amazing had she started even sooner. But the thing I observed about her was every day at pickup, she got to play outside. So first of all, she didn't have sort of the constraints of what was expected with a neurodivergent child. That can be really taxing, and there are masks that are required for that to sort of, you know, fit into the norm. But with Wonderbloom, she was able to be outdoors. She was able to sort of freely explore while also having structure that prepared her for kindergarten, because I think they beautifully wrap that together. And at the end of the day, I would pick her up and she was like energized. She was like appropriately tired, not like the overly, you know, kind of stimulated tired. It was just energized, happy, like her brain was able to do what her brain wanted to do. And I know you've said this to me, that developmentally kids learn through play. So I really saw a huge benefit and was so grateful that she got to participate, and can only say good things about Wonderbloom for the kiddos.
It was so incredible having her in the program and seeing those changes in her too firsthand. And so we would like to urge the Utahns out there that are participating in Utah Gives to give generously. We hope that you can give to Wonderbloom to help make a difference in the lives of children in Utah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I used to think I was just bad at school. Teacher said I didn't try, that I wasn't paying attention, but it wasn't that at all. I just couldn't see. I didn't even know what I was missing until Friends for Sight came to our school right here in Utah. They worked with my school nurse to check my eyes right there in school. Turns out I needed glasses. But that's not so easy when your family doesn't have a lot, and the nearest eye clinic is really far away. But Friends for Sight didn't let that stop them. They brought a mobile clinic to our community so kids like me could get help. And they gave me my first pair of glasses for free. It wasn't just glasses. It was the first time I felt like I was finally seeing. I can't see far. Your help means kids like me can see their world, their future.
And we're back. I'm Jill Bennett, CEO of Utah Nonprofits Association, and with me is Jamie Justice, who is the Executive Director at Friends for Sight.
Hi, thank you for having me. So happy to be here.
We're so glad you're here. Jamie, tell us about Friends for Sight.
Well, we've been around since 1955. We started off doing preschool vision screenings, and now we're doing those by the thousands across the state in over 500 locations. And then we also do eye care. So you saw in that video, you saw the kids lighting up when they put their glasses on, and those are what we call magic days. But so we actually provide eye care to students right where they are. We also have clinics, so we do that in the Salt Lake City area. We also serve adults. And all of it's at no cost because we really understand that there's barriers to care. So it's all free. And then we also have a glasses program too. So we provide glasses and frames at no cost. And one thing that folks don't know is that they can, if they break their glasses too, we can replace those. Even if they didn't get their eye exams from us, which we're wanting everybody to know about, because we don't want anybody to go without clear vision, especially students.
Oh, that is so beautiful. I remember my magic moment when I got my glasses in 5th grade. We were driving home from the doctor's office, and she said, "Jill, look at the trees." And I said, "Mom, they have leaves."
Yeah.
So I've had that magic moment, and imagine that moment. How many times a year did you say? 10,000?
Well, so we're doing vision screenings by the thousands. You know, preschoolers, like in high schools and in youth, like all the way from K through 12. And then we provide eye care. We take it into schools and things. And so we've done about 11 of those last year, and we've been doing those since 2015. And hundreds of students, right? So those, I don't get to go to all of those events, but we get to see the videos of the kids putting their glasses on for the first time. I think the first one I went to, one of the students looked down and he was just sort of shocked, and he looked up and he was shocked, and he was like, there's lines on the floor. There's dots in the ceiling. And he was just looking everywhere with like pure joy and delight. And so that's actually one of the reasons why we actually changed our mission statement to explore, discover, and thrive. Because these kids are like, they're discovering the world. Really.
They really are, and it's a really beautiful thing. So tell us what we don't know about kids and vision.
Well, I think one thing we don't know is that I think sometimes we just assume that kids see well, right? Or if we just scoot them closer to the board, they'll do just fine. But what we know is about 1 in 4 kids either doesn't have, or 1 in 4 kids needs eye care, or they have a vision issue. And then by the time you get into high school, that's closer to 1 in 3 students.
So tell us, you mentioned high school. Tell us about how vision and learning connect.
Well, 80% of learning is visual, right? So if you can imagine My own son, if he forgets his glasses for the day, he panics because he can't see his friends across the classroom, he can't see his teacher, he can't see the board, and it's a real anxiety-provoking thing for him. So 80% of that learning is visual. And then often, like you said, that you didn't know you couldn't see. It wasn't until 5th grade that you got your glasses.
I was getting out of my chair to go read the board.
Yeah. So you had a sense that something was wrong, but sometimes they just don't know. You don't know what you don't know, right? So it's tough for somebody until they have access to that care to really understand what's going on for them.
So for the kids, what else do you see in classrooms when they can't see well?
Well, you can see maybe some kids might appear dysregulated or disengaged. They might be having, experiencing poor grades, have trouble reading, that sort of thing. In fact, about 60% of kids who are labeled as disengaged, actually they just need eye care. And so we'll see pretty quickly, in fact, we have stories of students getting their glasses and suddenly they're fully engaged in class and they're reading and they're staying in the room and they're paying attention and their reading scores are going up. So it's just one of those things that's like some of the signs that we can look for are just those things when we think, why isn't Sam or engaging in the room? Is it because he doesn't want to be here, or is it maybe he has a vision issue?
How cool is that,
Yeah.
though, that you can see it right away? That's
Yeah.
and see how, even in our conversation, listen to how many times we say see, because seeing is comprehension and understanding. That is so cool. So tell us how Utah's measuring up with our kids.
Yeah, so we know, schools are doing vision screenings across the state. They're mandated to do it. So we have really good numbers, and what we're seeing is that of the kids who are getting screened, 70% of them don't get follow-up care.
Oh,
That
wow.
is a huge number, and I wanted to dive deeper into that. So we looked at, is this just a rural issue, an urban issue? And it's across the board, across the state. 70% of kids who need access to care just aren't getting it. So there's a lot that we can be doing. There's a lot of work to do. And I think that what we learned was that there's cost barriers, especially for low-income families. Sometimes parents can't take time off of work. So there's just time issues, there's transportation issues. Even if you have Medicaid can be confusing, or not everybody accepts the type of Medicaid that you have, as you know, in the nonprofit sector, working with all of these families all the time. And so just the barriers are very real for a lot of families.
Oh, I imagine they are. And you mentioned breaking glasses. My dad would solder my wireframes together. They were gold wireframes, but he would solder them with silver. So I went to school with my glasses and a big glob of solder. So the idea that someone could get their glasses fixed.
Yeah, get your glasses fixed. And I think we've moved on from like the wireframes these days. We've got some really cute options for
We sure do.
Yeah.
So tell us about vision screening and eye exams. Where are they alike and where are they different?
That's a great question, because people do get that confused. They think of vision, they hear vision screening and they think, we've got this taken care of. But a vision screening in schools is just a basic, you all probably remember, putting your hand over one eye and reading. It's just to assess for basic visual acuity. And an eye exam is where you're meeting with the doctor, you're sitting down, you're sitting in front of those big machines or those funny, the 4-opters that go over your eyes, and the doctor's 1, 2, 1, 2. That is an eye exam, and that's looking for all kinds of different things beyond just vision. They can look deep into the eye. It's a health screening. In fact, people really should be getting an eye exam every year, just like we go to the doctor every year, or you take your kid to the pediatrician every year. We really ought to be doing that, but we're just not there yet, as in our understanding of eye health needs.
Oh, that's so interesting, and clearly really important for families to pay attention to it. So let's shift a little bit. Tell us a little bit about Friends for Sight.
Yeah.
And why it matters.
Well, we saw these issues. We were in school since 1955, and year over year, we're coming back and seeing the same kids fail over and over and over again. This is the story that every school nurse or teacher or counselor will tell you. And so we thought, well, let's do something more here. Like we're seeing the issue, we're identifying the issue. Let's do something about it too. So about 15 years ago, we launched what we call SightFest. They're big events where we partner with communities. We've got dozens and dozens of volunteers. We have volunteer doctors, and you saw in that video a pop-up clinic. So in one morning, we're seeing 60 kids, sometimes 100 kids. And we're coordinating with incredible school partners to make that happen. We also have brick and mortar clinics. We partner with Salt Lake City School District. And this year we're launching what we're calling Sight Care, which we got some government appropriations for that. We're very excited, so we could do more in rural communities. So we'll take one vision lane, is what we call them, a pop-up lane with a doctor and a technician into schools. And help the smaller schools, because right now we can help the bigger ones that have bigger need, and we really want to help those folks or those schools that have fewer kids but still have high needs.
Oh, that's really impressive, really important work, especially when you think about how important that early education is in terms of your success academically and professionally and in life as you grow older.
Yeah, you're right on, right? Because what we've noticed is that kids who don't get their vision corrected, we have higher dropout rates. I mean, you just can imagine how frustrating it is to go to school every day and just not understand why you're not getting it.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I've been there. Right. So tell us a little bit more about the impact.
Well, so I have one really fun story I wanted to share. We call him Sam. So we saw him down south. He's a student who was really struggling in school. They did a vision screening, and he passed the vision screening. But they noticed that something wasn't quite right. So by the time we got to a SightFest event, one of our doctors noticed that he had metal stuck in his eye, and it had been there long enough to scar and long enough to present a real problem, and he was actually losing vision in his eye. And had we not been there, who knows what would have happened. But this amazing doctor was like, hey, I'm gonna volunteer my time, bring him into my clinic, we'll remove that metal. And now Sam's doing wonderfully. I mean, those are just like the one little story, right, of just how huge of an impact we can make.
Yeah, but you should have prepared me for that.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Metal in the eye,
But that's just one of the stories that we see, time and time again. If you have access to these things, you do better in school. You actually can do better just socially with your friends. And then physically, like you can move around in the world a little with more ease and catch that football or whatever, right?
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Maybe it's not a vision thing. But yeah, that is really, really important. So tell us about caring for our children in Utah and caring about vision. How does that connect?
Well, so we care deeply, right, about each other and about our communities, right? So if we really truly believe in our children and in our youth and in education and in the economics, let's say, then we invest in their futures early and we catch these vision issues early so that they can explore, discover, right, and thrive.
Oh, I love this. Explore, discover, and thrive. That's awesome. So tell us what you need, what people can do to support your organization.
We need all kinds of things, from donating glasses and donating cases to volunteering your time. If you're a doctor in a local community, we are coming to rural areas. We'd love for you to volunteer with us. Donate some of your time in our SightFest events, our Sight Care events, or we even have a voucher program that we'll be starting so that we can have kids come directly to your clinic. We need local volunteers in all of these areas, both for our vision screenings going into preschools and schools, and also in our SightFest events to help kiddos through the event. And we need money, right? So no money, no mission, right? So we need donations so that we can do more in the state of Utah and bring care statewide.
That's beautiful. Discover.
Yeah, explore, discover, and thrive. Yep.
So if you want children in our schools to explore, discover, and thrive, think about giving a donation today, right now, to Friends for Sight. And if this mission didn't touch your heart, there are hundreds of other missions on Utah Gives that might make you want to contribute. Thank you. Thanks for being with me, Jamie.
Thank you. This has been
And we got another
amazing.
video, right? No, we do not have another video. That's it. Thank you so much, and we'll be back soon.
There's no avoiding state unemployment insurance, or SUI for short. The requirement of SUI crosses the bounds of for-profit, nonprofit, tribal, and governmental employers. However, the difference is in managing the cost. For-profit employers have only one option. They must pay a tax into the state unemployment fund. But nonprofits, tribal, and governmental employers have an alternative. Like for-profits, they can pay a tax into the state unemployment fund. Or they can opt for a method called reimbursing. With this option, employers only pay when claims are paid out to former employees. There can be an advantage with reimbursing, mainly the potential for significant savings. However, there are risks with the reimbursing method, including not knowing how much in claims will need to be paid out over the course of a year, and knowing your organization must pay the entire cost regardless of the amount. With the tax rate option, there are no surprises. The tax rate is known, and the amount paid can be projected based on the annual cost of taxable payroll. But the choice to pay SUI tax is significantly more expensive for most nonprofits. So, what's the best SUI option? Let's look at two scenarios. If paying SUI via the tax rate option, let's say you are required to pay the state $30,000 for unemployment taxes. However, your claims for the year were only $12,000, resulting in a difference of $18,000. If paying SUI via the reimbursing option, your organization is only required to pay the claims filed, amounting to $12,000. The savings are hard to ignore, especially in your sector where every penny counts. However, let's say your claims for the year were $75,000, but you only budgeted $50,000 for SUI, resulting in a difference of $25,000. Now, that might be a problem. How do you maximize savings and eliminate the difficulty in reimbursing? That's what we're here for. Alternative funding for SUI is not a new concept. In fact, more than 2,300 nonprofit, tribal, and governmental entities have entrusted First Nonprofit with their SUI coverages. Our programs, covering more than 700,000 employees, have been around for more than 30 years. And more importantly, have successfully navigated our clients through the very best and worst conditions the U.S. labor market has had to offer. When partnering with First Nonprofit, our experts can assist you with budgeting, HR consultation, insurance protection, and professional claims administration. We provide unemployment insurance programs that can save your organization as much as 60% in annual employment costs. Visit our website to request a free evaluation on your unemployment costs today, or contact your insurance agent and ask them to provide your organization with the advantages of SUI alternative funding.
What would you tell?
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Great. Awesome. First, I would like to thank all the nonprofit organizations that are tuning in today across the state of Utah for all the important work that you do every day to strengthen your communities. We're also very grateful to the Utah Nonprofits Association for including First Nonprofit in Utah Gives today and for a partnership that has spanned nearly 25 years. Together, we are proud to report that we have helped Utah nonprofits save more than $1.4 million in unemployment costs. And I think the video you just saw did a great job of explaining our unemployment programs, but I would really like to reiterate that if you would like an apples to apples comparison of what you are paying the Utah Department of Workforce Services versus what you would pay into First Nonprofits programs, we would be happy to provide a free, no obligation savings evaluation for your organization. And if we can't help you save any money, we'll let you know that too. So if your organization is better off paying the state unemployment tax, or for perhaps you have a for-profit entity, you can still take advantage of our two major program benefits that come with all of First Nonprofits unemployment programs, starting at just $500 for the year. The first being our unemployment claims administration service that is provided to our member organizations in Utah by a local partner out of Midvale. And they would assist you and your staff throughout the entire claims process, including hearing preparation and representation at the actual hearing. Secondly, you would also have access to our HR Mineral platform that includes HR consultation live, access to over 200 training courses for your employees, and the assurance that you are looking at the most accurate, up-to-date HR information and not possible incorrect or outdated information that might be provided by, AI, Google search. Again, we're very proud to support the organizations that make Utah stronger, and we welcome the opportunity to help your nonprofit save on any resources that can be reinvested back into your missions. And thanks again for the difference that you're making out there every single day.
because in Afghanistan was two war and fighting. That time the Taliban attacked in the Afghanistan, and the police army bring me here because we don't have safety in the Afghanistan.
Zakia left her home and her family in Afghanistan after the Taliban killed her brother. She was a police officer there, but says she still never felt safe.
Do you miss home?
A lot. My mom and my dad and my home, because it's my country. And also there is also my country, but the starting was very hard for me there because I don't know something. But right now is good, everything.
Everything is good now, Zakia says, because of Women of the World. But when she first arrived in Utah, she was alone and scared.
I was alone at home, so also I don't know anybody here too, and also I cannot talking. The talking is hardest for me because I cannot tell to somebody, and when I go to a Woman of the World, they know my problem. They feel my problem. They are help me and they are respect me.
When they come to our office, with their crying face and with their suicide because of their problem and everything, and when they leave, always smiling, and that's what makes me so happy. You know, that means we done something. You know, that to see the safety net in this organization and to see the, you know, to build that community.
My son name is Arvin.
Zakia lights up when she mentions her son. He's just one. And after studying intensive English with Women of the World, she took a job in their daycare to be with Arvin. She's now certified in childcare and also finished the CNA program.
What is your dream? What else do you want now?
I want to learn. Yeah, I want to learn, and in the future I want to be a doctor.
Now, again, I'm emotional. I don't want to cry. The thing is, I always see, you know, we all have to help each other, you know, for these women. They deserve to be paid attention. They deserve to be welcome. They deserve to be belonging.
Thanks a lot from Women of the World, all of the employees, and from Samira. And that's it. The Women of the World is very necessary for all of the women, for me, for their family.
You're strong too.
Thank you, you too.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kelly B. I am the development coordinator here at Women of the World.
And my name is Samira. I'm the founder and executive director.
We are super excited to be joining you today and excited to tell a little bit about our story. Utah is known for kindness, for community, for people showing up for one another. But today, the question is, what does that really mean in action? At Women of the World, we serve displaced women who are now our neighbors. They're mothers, professionals, leaders. They came here not by choice, but by survival. They didn't arrive empty. They arrived here with courage, skills, and dreams. But when they get here, they face barriers, language, employment, isolation. But that's where you come in. And because this isn't just their story, it's Utah's story.
See, when you support Women of the World, you are investing in the women who will start business in your community, raise children in your schools, and strengthen the fabric of the state for generations. This is not charity. This is investment. This is not giving away. It is building something stronger together. So today, the invitation is simple. Don't just watch, act. Give, share, stand with the displaced women who are rebuilding their lives right here in Utah. Because when you invest in displaced women, you are investing in the future of the community. Come on.
We have some friends that we want to introduce you to today. Ladies, come on over.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
All of you. Come on. Woo.
We interrupted our English class and asked our ladies if they would join us.
Yes.
Come on back here, please.
We wanted to say thank you. Shukran.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, say
Thank
your
you.
language.
Shukran.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Do any of you want to say maybe where you're from?
I'm from Sudan.
Sudan?
From Iraq.
Iraq?
Chile. I'm from
Chile?
From Afghanistan. We also from Afghanistan. From Chile. Chile.
Wonderful. And we are so glad. They're in our advanced English class, which meets 5 days a week for 3 hours or 4 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours a day.
Yeah.
So intense English practicing. And has it helped with your communication skills?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you enjoy the classes?
Yeah.
Good. Very good. That's just one of the services that we offer here at Women of the World. Some of our other important programs and economic empowerment programs that we have.
Yeah, we actually give a scholarship for the women, the first generation, to go to college, and we do a job readiness, and of course, intensive English, one of them, you know, and after that, you know, they go from building resume, and we do a partnership with our community employer, and this is our wonderful Renelle.
Hi, I'm the Economic Empowerment Program Coordinator, and I have the privilege of helping all these incredible women find work, go to school, start businesses, and it really changes everything because not only does it change things for them immediately, but also with their children. So it's changing generations. So the work that we do here really helps our community and makes our community stronger. And I'm so grateful to even have a small part in it.
So
without you, we cannot go on with this organization. We appreciate you for the help and for supporting us and for being a part of our small but mighty organization.
I just wanted to ask Renelle, I know one of the things that we do is we place our women, our clients, into jobs in the community. And Renelle's got this amazing ability to just narrow down these facts. And it is so cool to hear. How many jobs have you been able to place so far in 2026?
So in 2026, we've placed 21 women in jobs, and that's actually created an economic impact based on how much they're earning of $704,333. So
that's
incredible. Last year, actually, 84 women
and $2.5 million.
That $2.5 million, the economy of Utah went high.
Yeah. So we're not having people come in and take jobs from other people. That's a big myth that we want to dispel. We're empowering these women to provide for their families, to contribute to their communities, to be a part of the communities. As Samara said, we have some of our clients who have gone on to own businesses. We've got a couple ladies who own a coffee shop in West Valley. And we're only just giving them the tools and the support that they need to do these things on their own. I mean, I can't imagine coming to a new country and trying to establish myself. I don't think I could. Samara did.
Of course, yeah. As an immigrant, you know, I saw the need, you know, not only getting a job, but you know, learning about the regulation and the language and the culture of the country. And I did not start from zero because I came in as a student, but those ladies, they already have a job in their country, but they lost it and they came in here with their degree, with their higher, they cannot work with their degree. And we don't want them to start as a doctor comes from another country to work as a dishwasher. We do not want to have that. That's when Renelle is in here to give them that job readiness, to make them to be in level that they could work and get a better pay.
And that's one of the things that really impressed me coming on with the organization, is that we don't just want to see women get placed in a job, but a job that provides for them, that is a living wage and that helps them establish themselves here in America.
Exactly.
Making sure that they have benefits so that
Mhm.
they're able
Yes.
to have their health benefits as well as long-term 401k and things like that, because they need to be able to also be able to purchase a home so that they can really establish themselves in the community and bring that sense of safety. In fact, I had a client in my office the other day. She was from Sudan, and she just said how wonderful it was to feel safe. I'm probably going to tear up because she said, I can go to sleep at night and not be afraid. And so really the work we do here does change lives in very impactful ways for them and for their families. Would you like me to go see if Valerine's available to talk about some of the other programs?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, unless you had any other questions for me?
No, that's good.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Another just little tidbit about Women of the World is we are not a franchise organization. We are headquartered here. This is our one and only office, which is an upgrade from where Women of the World started, which was in
In the car,
In
and
the
Honda
car.
Pilot for 7 years. I didn't give up. My office was my car, going around Utah and helping women. Actually, when we say helping women, it does not mean only a woman that is a family.
Right.
So when we say 150 family we helped last year, women, that mean families we help. So just I ask everyone, please, if you have a job opening or you want to build that relationship with us, you are very welcome to come, to go to our website, Women of World, without the womenofworld.org, and see all the amazing story, successful story, and impact report from the day one when we start Women of the World.
Well, and another thing to note is that we are not a charity organization. There's nothing really that we do that is charitable in the way that we think it is. It's all about empowerment. It's all about
Exactly.
helping these women feel like the amazing goddesses that they are, to steal
Just
a
like I
phrase
said,
from our board chair.
And investing in
Yes.
those women is, as a resilient woman, investing in our state of Utah, and Utah is full with amazing people. And so I will say you're lucky to have a lot of people from all over the world. Really.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we will be checking in all throughout the day on our social media pages. If you want to follow us at womenoftheworld.org or on our Facebook, our Instagram, or our LinkedIn, we will be highlighting different people, doing some interviews. We've got a lot of stories to tell. We're going to
We have
invite
Camille.
Hi. Hello, I'm Camille. I'm the Community Development Program Coordinator. So I oversee our community development program, which includes any volunteer opportunities that we have, such as our mentorship program. We pair one of our clients with a mentor from the community to help her work towards her needs. We put on different workshops centered around helping our clients gain important information for their self-reliance, like financial literacy skills, digital literacy, mental health, health insurance, things like that. And then any of our other English classes, since we offer an array of different classes apart from the intensive English, to help meet our clients where they're at and give them English skills wherever they may be in there.
And how much do we charge the clients for this?
Everything is free.
Yes, exactly.
That's where you come in. That's why we need the help of our community. Without that support for us, we can't support these women. And so the more money we have, the more women we can help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shukran. Merci.
Head in 3. Hello, I'm Jerry Rapier. I'm the Artistic Director of Plan B Theater, and this is
Melissa Leilani Larson. I'm a playwright who works at Plan B Theater.
And we are here today to talk about our 14th annual free elementary school tour. It is the centerpiece of our statewide free education programs for K through 12 students. The tour itself alternates between grade groupings. One year it's K through 3, and this coming year, the piece we're going to share with you today is for grades 4 through 6. We serve 100 schools statewide, primarily Title I schools. We also focus on as many rural schools as possible. In fact, with the free elementary school tour, we serve more rural schools than any other arts organization in the state of Utah. It's pretty exciting for us as a very small theater company to have that kind of reach. It's particularly rewarding to serve students in small communities because the exposure to professional live theater is pretty limited for them. And for some kids, us coming to their school is their first and sometimes only exposure to live theater. So the piece that we are going to be touring for the next school year, the 26-27 school year, is Mel's play, Snail Mail. And I have discovered that it is very difficult to say Mel, snail, and mail all together.
Yeah.
Tell us about your play.
Sure. So Snail Mail is about something that's very near and dear to my heart, mail. I love letters. I'm very old school. I love pens and ink and paper. And when I was 12, I lived in Hawaii. And my dad got a job and we moved to Utah. And it was a really big deal and a really big move. And this was in the time before email and cell phones. And so I wrote letters to stay in touch with my friends. And letters have been really important to me. And they are in a lot of my work, actually. And this is a play about a little girl who moves. And she writes postcards to her best friend. And yeah, that's what it's about.
I think Mel is underplaying it a little bit. She doesn't just kind of like pens. She has like the world's largest fountain pen collection.
That's probably in the ballpark.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like beyond liking, more like a complete obsession, maybe?
That's unfair. Maybe just a little true. Mostly okay.
So the play is set. It's important to note that the play is set in 1989. Our work in schools really focuses on supporting Utah state core standards, and we're really specifically focusing with this upcoming tour on literacy and the idea of actually putting pen to paper, of actually separating from a screen and connecting with people in a more visceral, connective way. Did I just say connecting and connective in the same sentence?
Only when you pointed it out.
We are raising money to support the tour today. The entire program over the course of the school year it's about $200,000 to tour the state. We have 2 casts that you're going to meet in a few minutes that split the load up because it's a lot of work to play to 100 schools over the course of 9 months. About half of that funding comes directly from the Utah State Board of Education. We are part of what's called the POPS program, which is the Professional Outreach Programs in Schools. So it's a collective of 15 professional arts organizations that serve students statewide in grades K through 12. And we have to match that money dollar for dollar, and that's what we're doing today. And right now, we have about, the last time I checked, we're about $4,000 away from meeting our matching grant today, which is pretty great because it's 19 in the morning, so we're pretty happy about that. So if you would like to support us, please find us on utahgives.org. So now what we're going to do, I want to be very clear that Mel hasn't completely signed off on a final draft of the script. We have actors cast, and they've all read through the play in various incantations to help Mel finish the play, but we don't even start rehearsal until August 3rd, and then we start touring in September. So who knows what's going to happen in the next few minutes, but we're going to introduce you to both casts. The first cast is Austin Lee and Chelsea Chen, and they're going to read a short scene from early in the play when Malia, Chelsea's character, and her dad, who Austin is playing, will be, I'm pointing at them like you can see them, but you will see them soon. And they're about to depart Hawaii for the continental US. So now we have to do this completely well choreographed, awkward thing of handing off microphones, and I will depart.
I want to hold it.
Okay.
Can I hold it?
You're just going to hold it?
Yeah, I think it'll make it easy.
And then how are you going to flip your payers? Highly skilled actor.
Woohoo! Okay, I guess we'll just go for it, huh? The best way to keep a friend is to keep in touch. It might be hard to call on the phone because of the time difference, but you could write letters. Here's an idea. Think of it as an experiment. What do we need to set up an experiment?
We need a question to answer and parameters to work with. Then we use the scientific method to figure out the answer.
Right. We always follow the scientific method. What's an appropriate question to start our experiment?
Will Chester still be my friend after we move far away?
Taking your question into consideration, I propose a hypothesis for our experiment. We are setting out to prove that if you find ways to stay in touch with Chester, you will remain friends despite the distance between you.
Okay, so what are the parameters of the experiment?
When your mom and I started dating, she applied to study abroad in Japan for a year. I missed her a lot, but we wrote letters to stay in touch. I saved all of her letters in a shoebox, and they helped me remember her. Tomorrow, on the way to the airport, you and I will stop at the post office and get a book of stamps. We're going to travel to a lot of new places between here and Chicago. And you can write notes to Chester on a postcard from every place we go. We'll be picking up in the car in California, and then we're going on a road trip, you and me. We hope that the experiment will prove a simple hypothesis. If you write to Chester on a regular basis and let him know about what you're doing, he won't seem so far away.
So I can tell Chester all about our adventures, just like I would when I see him in person.
Exactly. You'll want to keep a log so you remember everything you send to Chester. Remember, a good scientist always takes good notes.
I have a composition book to track everything in.
Excellent. Are you ready to get started?
Dear Chester, Dad and I are at the Honolulu International Airport. It's weird that I'm sending you a postcard from 45 minutes away, but we had to start the experiment somehow.
Great, thank you all. You all, like there's a cast of thousands, but thank you too. Hey, that mic is not on. Oh, you did turn it on, so we're good.
It's lit.
Perfect. Okay. A little backstage action for y'all. Okay, so our next set of actors is Akina Yamazaki, also reading the role of Malia, and then Benjamin Young, who is reading the role of Malia's best friend, Chester. So in the full production, Dad and Chester are played by the same actor. So anyway, here, Ben, here's your mic.
Thank you.
And, oh, I should say, here, I'll just get close and we'll share the mic. This particular scene is toward the end of the play, after Dad and Malia have arrived, and Chester and Malia have spent a good chunk of time communicating via postcard.
Dear Chester, Dad and I went shopping for winter coats today. Apparently, people here have whole different sets of clothes for when the seasons change. I never thought it would happen, but I now have a drawer just for all my socks because I have to wear them every day. Dad says I can't just wear flip-flops to school anymore.
Wait. What are flip-flops?
You know, slippers.
Well, then call them slippers. That's what they are.
People here call the fuzzy shoes you wear to bed slippers. They call these shoes flip-flops.
That's so confusing.
Right? I asked at a store where the slippers were, and the woman helping me didn't know what I was talking about. When she finally figured it out, they didn't have any. She said they only sell flip-flops.
Slippers.
In the summer.
Phooey, Dewey, and Louie, that's tragic.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I get to go to a science camp at the college where my dad works. Everyone was given a topic to research and had to do a presentation. I freaked out a little until I saw that my topic was the coral reef, and I knew I could talk about that easy. It was a little bit like coming home. Welcome to the world's underwater jungle, the coral reef. Imagine a colorful city deep beneath the sea where thousands of different creatures live together. Coral reefs are made up of tiny animals called coral polyps. Polyps work together to build huge structures that create the reef, one tiny piece at a time. You know, like Lego.
Great, thank you, Ben and Akina. Come back, Mel, come back. So, I'd just like to talk a little bit more about what we do when we arrive at a school. So, we don't just show up and perform and depart. We try and create as much connection with as many students as possible. So most elementary schools have no theatrical support at all. Usually what we do is we perform a show on the stage in the cafetorium in front of a huge pile of junk that the school has nowhere else to place or store. Sometimes at very small schools, a school I can think of that is very, very small is Flaming Gorge Elementary or Lake Powell Elementary, where the entire school is less than 20 kids. And we'll perform for older kids than our play is intended for in those situations, just because the student population is so small. And in those cases, a lot of times we perform in a classroom instead of in the cafetorium. What we do when we arrive is we get the space ready, and it's very simple. Everything has to fit in the back seat of a van or in the trunk of a car, which is one of the reasons that makes it possible for us to reach so many rural schools. It's because we're very portable. But once the actors are in costume, they're stationed at the doors to whatever space we're performing in, and they greet each student individually as they come in. The idea is to connect as themselves with the kids. And then when the show begins, we introduce the play by introducing ourselves to the students, and then introduce the characters, and then introduce some theatrical elements of the play. There's always an interactive element. In this case, we're going to have oversized postcards that will be passed through the audience that will simulate the idea of connection over a long distance. And we'll rehearse that a little bit with the students before we begin the performance. And then after the show, we conduct a Q&A with the students, touching on specific themes. Within the play, we give them opportunity to ask us questions about what it means to work in the theater. And in both the pre-show and the post-show discussions, we are very much connecting to various core standards. In this case, this play touches on English, touches on science a lot, language arts in general, health and science. Geography. One thing we should mention is that once Malia and her dad land in California and drive to their new home in Illinois in the
Chicago,
play, they follow
They follow Route 66, which is something I've wanted to do since like the 5th grade. So that's in the play.
Yes, and we stop. The postcards are sent from various places that are of interest to Mel,
yes,
as the playwright, along the way from Malia to Chester. And we just discovered, last week, that
the post office is putting out a set of stamps in celebration of Route 66 this year.
Because it's the centennial of the route itself.
The route itself, yeah.
Anyway, we serve about 20,000 students each school year with the free elementary school tour, and it would be fantastic to have your support of this program. As small as we are, any contribution of any level is incredibly appreciated and really helps us serve as many students as possible. A $50 gift covers the cost of a costume piece. If you're feeling very generous, a $1,000 gift covers the entire cost of a single performance. And again, you can find us with a quick search on utahgives.org. Anything else you want to say about your play? We have 34, 33, 32 seconds.
Fooey, Dewey, and Louie, you want to see it.
There will be free public performances as well in the spring, in April, a year from now, at the Rose Wagner Performing Arts Center, where we are in residence. I think we're done. Yeah. Nope, we have 15 seconds. Should we continue filling this with rambling?
And awkwardness. No. That's good. We're good.
Awkwardness, it's over.
I brought all the awkwardness. Okay, it's over.
Homelessness in Utah is rising, especially for those who've been stuck in it the longest. But the real issue isn't just housing. It's the lack of community, stability, and belonging. That's where the Other Side Village comes in. At the Village, people don't just receive help. They rebuild their lives through connection, accountability, and purpose. It starts in our prep school, where neighbors transition off the streets, build routines, and begin working. And that's where the Other Side Donuts fits in. It's more than a donut shop. It's a place where villagers gain real job experience, earn income, and rebuild confidence in a fast-paced, customer-facing environment. Every purchase supports paid jobs, skill building, and long-term stability. As we open a new shop in Salt Lake, your support helps create more opportunities for people to move from homelessness into a life of purpose and belonging. So when you buy a donut, you're not just getting something sweet, you're helping change a life.
Okay, great. Thanks for allowing us to be here. My name is Mo Egan. I'm Director of Recruitment for the Other Side Village, and the Other Side Village is a master plan community for folks coming out of chronic homelessness. It's really for folks here in Utah that have been chronically homeless for at least 12 months over the last 3 years in Utah. And we are doing things a little bit differently. We're not in the business of managing homelessness. We're in the business of getting folks to a position where they're drug-free, crime-free, and employed. And so we do have available beautiful small cottage homes and employment. But one of the things we do differently is that we want to make sure that when we help a person get off the streets, and when they finally move into their home and they finally get employment, that they're able to keep it and maintain it. And so before you come and live in one of our small cottage homes, you have to go through our homeless prep school. And that's a minimum of 9 to about 12 months. We want to make sure that when you do move in the place, you're able to keep it and you're able to maintain it. And that involves helping people with their behaviors. Like there's a lot of blind spots over the years that you've missed. Why am I continuing to go to this homeless shelter or this resource center or this program? And none of it sticks, and I'm still in this revolving door. So those are some of the things that we help you with. And we have somebody here today that has gone through our prep school and has graduated and now lives in one of those cottage homes and is employed. And her name is Melissa. If you can tell us a little bit about how you got to the Other Side Village.
Okay, so I had developed mental health symptoms when I was very young, hearing voices, hallucinating, picking sores all over my skin by the age of like 8 or 9. I had some trauma as a child. By the time I was very young, 11 or 12, I started seeking out forms of self-medication. By the time I was 15, I had multiple gun charges, burglaries, grand theft auto. I was married at 16. By the time I hit about 20 years old, I reached what I thought was a rock bottom and really wanted help and cried out to God at that time, like for help, and started trying every single psych med on the planet, in and out of treatment facilities, in and out of jail. I ended up in prison. I spent a lot of times in maximum security in jails and prison, did a lot of time on the streets, in and out of psych units, trying all different kind of rehabs. I tried everything. And of course, by the end of my journey, I had burnt all the bridges with my family, with my friends. I was alone and isolated, living in fear and terror, complete full-blown psychosis. Even when I was put in temporary housing, I would be in such a fear state and a terror state, feeling like everybody was out to get me, that I would pack up and leave my home and go back to the streets because I felt safer there. And I came in, I had heard of the Other Side Academy, which is a sister program, but they don't take people with mental health symptoms. But I decided that I felt peace about that program, so I took myself off my psych meds, called them up. They asked if I ever had mental health symptoms. I was honest, and they said, we have a better program for you. It's called the Other Side Village, which caters to people with mental health issues and that have been chronically homeless. And I got into the village. I've been with the Other Side Village. I got in September 30th of 2024, and everything changed for me. The beauty of what we do is that immediately when you get into the program, you start working. So often when you get incarcerated or you go into rehabilitation centers, they kind of coddle you. When I would go into jail, and especially when I'd be in Max, it was like a vacation. They'd bring me breakfast in bed, you know what I mean? And I didn't have to do anything. I could lay around and do whatever I wanted all the time. And they would over-medicate me. I would come out like in zombie form, and then I would want to use methamphetamine to be able to cope with feeling like yucky and like a zombie, like I was dead. And so the only way I knew how to cope was to over-medicate, and then often they'd use like Suboxone or Adderall to medicate my symptoms, and that would leave that addiction monster wide open and lead me back down that path, so that I just wasn't finding the solutions I needed. Here at the Other Side Village, they immediately put me into work, taught me how to have relationships, how to be accountable, honest, transparent, and also to hold other people accountable, to start setting boundaries, something that I didn't know how to do. I wasn't taught how to do that. I was taught to keep everybody else's secrets and keep my vulnerabilities and insecurities and the things I did wrong to myself. That was so ingrained in me as a child, super shame-based. And they taught me to be honest and transparent, how to have functional relationships. And all the while, I was under the pressure of having to go to work every day in a controlled environment. In these other situations, I'd get coddled, get spit back out, be on my own. I'm capable enough, I couldn't get disability, which was a lifesaver, but I would have to go to work, which would mean I have to be heavily medicated. I went in on like 7 or 8 different heavy medications. I'm down to 2, they're not even therapeutic doses. And now I'm functioning. I am actually training other people how to work hard now. I work at the prep school now. I have a job. I've graduated. I've graduated about 8 months ago, and I'm functioning. I've never done this. This is totally new for me. Super alive. It's given me great purpose. I think people like myself have incredible potential. And we're super hypersensitive people, and now I have a community. I live in a community where we still have meetings every day. The Other Side Donuts, I worked there, was a crew boss. They gave me confidence, I have self-esteem, and it's changed my life, and I believe that I will never have to go back again.
That's Melissa, and I had the opportunity to meet Melissa when she was at at her lowest. And one of the ways that we help people get to the other side, become self-sufficient, drug-free, crime-free, and employed, is we have folks that have been there and done that, folks that have lived experience. And it plays a major part in helping people, kind of recalibrate their moral compass and get to the other side. One of the things that a part of the system that exists today, we understand that the housing first model, and it's absolutely needed. We respect that. But one of the models that was available to me was a housing first model, right? And after smoking crack and heroin for over 20 years in the Tenderloin district in San Francisco, one of the things that was available to me is like, Mo, here's a housing voucher, right? And then everybody's thinking, okay, Mo's got a housing voucher and he just moved into his new place, problem solved. No, I moved into that new place and I had no idea how to keep it and maintain it. And just very shortly after, people that in the community that were doing drugs and crime were doing it in my place, right? And then, several months later, I get evicted, and I'm in the back of the line for services sponsored by taxpayers. That's the model that currently exists today. And we feel like we need to take this housing first model across the finish line, right? And just like Melissa, she's had housing first before as well. But how do I learn how to keep this? How do I learn how to maintain it? And that's through lived experience and coaches that we have on site, right? And so when you arrive, we're gonna have a conversation with you and see what are those blind spots that you've missed over the years? Why are you cycling through the systems? And most of it is behaviors. That's what we're in the business, is helping a person change their behaviors. And your coach is gonna sit down with you and say, hey, here's a list of things that we need to go over, and we're gonna help you accomplish that throughout time. And I'm sorry, but it takes longer than 30, 60, 90 days to overcome some of these behaviors. And so in order to get accepted for the Other Side Village, we're gonna interview you and find out if it's a fit. Because the elephant in the room is always gonna be, if you're not ready, it's not gonna work. We can offer you the world, but if you're not ready, it's not gonna work. So we find out, are you ready to make that commitment? Are you ready to make that investment in your life? And if so, we're gonna give you a second interview, and that's with a coach. Another coach has been through this and done that, and the whole time we're building trust and we're building that relationship with you, because this model doesn't work unless Melissa trusts me, right? And unless I'm coming from a place where we understand together. And then from there, we're going to invite you to come for a half a day, right, to our homeless prep school. And so you can see, here's how we participate, cook meals, do chores, participate in our social enterprise businesses together. And also, here's how our groups operate. At the end of the day, we want to have another conversation with you. Hey, what does it sound like? Does this seem like something that you'd be interested in? And if you say yes, then the next step, we're going to invite you to come live with us for 2 days. It's called our 2-day immersion. At the end of those 2 days, you get a full idea of what you're getting into. And we also get an idea of the person that we're getting into as well. And then from that point, you're gonna write a letter to the community saying, hey, you know what? Here's some of the blind spots I missed over the years. And also here's some of the qualities that I bring to the community as well. And you start that same day, right? Now, you hear a lot of folks talk about accountability. Right, that's a buzzword right now, but what does it really look like? Boots on the ground. What does accountability really look like? Boots on the ground. And so that looks like every day you're getting up with purpose. You have something to do for the day. You're now part of the solution. You're no longer part of the problem. And one of the ways that we get to the root of those behaviors is through our social enterprise businesses. Because I use myself as an example, and I went through a lot of different programs, and I graduated, had a certificate, and went back out and relapsed. And that's because nobody knew exactly who I was. Through our social enterprise businesses like the donut shop, at some point throughout the day, there's gonna be some kind of behavior come out, there's gonna be some kind of conflict comes out, and that's our opportunity to address it in real time. And then we have groups throughout the day and throughout the week where we can address those behaviors. But it's the donut shop that allows for us to employ people, right? So people that we recruited off the streets 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, they get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, make the donuts, deliver the donuts, and work in the donut shop. So anybody you come in and see at our donut shop, it's at 760 Redwood Road. And as soon as you walk in, you'll see people working there. They were once homeless on the streets in our homeless camps, right? And so we believe that social enterprise businesses, mental health, rehab, that all goes hand in hand. And so we're building.
Interject
Yeah,
something real
absolutely.
quick? So the other important thing to understand about us is they don't charge for insurance, nothing like that. We are fully self-supporting in the fact that my Medicaid doesn't pay for my opportunity to stay there. Me going to work is what pays for me to stay there. It provides housing, treatment, programming. All of that is provided by these social enterprises that we have. We don't receive any insurance payments, or nobody else is funding it.
Great. And so the question now is, how do I get involved? Well, you can buy a donut, right? Our donut shop is literally Disneyland meets the other side donut shop, right? And so buy a donut, donate to us, let people know about us, bring the family in, and that's just a great way to support us, because not only are you buying a donut, right, you're saving a life, you're giving a person confidence, right, and you're allowing us to employ other folks. And so it's working so well that we're getting ready to launch our second The Other Side Donut Shop, and we need your support in that area as well. And if you feel like this is something that the community needs and Utah needs, then absolutely give to Utah Gives, and buy a donut, help save a life. Thanks for having us.
Hi, we're back. I'm Jill Bennett, CEO of Utah Nonprofits Association, and with me today is Evan Doan. Evan is the Public Advocacy and Public Policy Director at USARA. He has a very long title, and Evan is here with us today to announce our prize winner and to tell us a little bit about his organization.
Awesome. Well, I'm also a UNA board member. And,
that's right.
And
I actually remember that.
And it's the honor of a lifetime to serve on the board of the Utah Nonprofits Association. All the great work that UNA does throughout the year is just absolutely incredible for nonprofits like ours, like USARA. We really benefit from the work that you do across the state.
That is so kind of you, Evan. We do our best.
And
absolutely. Utah Gives.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's great. Yeah, it's really exciting. And so USARA, we're a recovery community organization. We help people across the state that are impacted by addiction. All of our services are provided at no cost to the people receiving them. And that's why raising money like this is so important for organizations like us, because that's how we fund the services that we provide to the community. We provide one-on-one peer support services, we provide mutual aid groups, social activities, family support services, all kinds of services in 6 physical locations across the state. And so really we want to make sure that people are getting support and resources when they're struggling with addiction. They don't have to do that alone. We're here to help, and we're able to do it because of generous donors like people supporting today.
Oh, that's beautiful. Evan, tell us why your mission is so important right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of a public health emergency. I mean, addiction is certainly not new in our country. People have suffered from addiction since man first crushed grapes, right? But we've seen an uptick in fentanyl deaths over the years, and it's become a public health emergency. It's a crisis in our communities. We've lost more lives, and I think that we can all attest to the ongoing damage that it's doing to our loved ones. And so we want to make sure that resources and support are there for those that need that, and that we're able to offer a helping hand as soon as someone's ready for some support.
Oh, that's really, really important. Evan, I can't think of a family that hasn't been touched in
Right.
some way by
Yeah.
the disease of addiction.
Yeah, and what's great at USARA is that we're all people in recovery ourselves, and so we can be, we're like that, living testimonial that recovery is real. We say recovery is not rare and recovery is not random. It happens all the time, all around us, as long as people have the support and resources they need to get better.
And that's what you do.
That's it. Yeah.
And you need money to do that.
Yes, we do need money to do that. So yeah.
Let's tell us about our prize winner. We have 10 minutes. Okay, sorry, 10 minutes until I'm jumping guns today. This is on me. It is not on the team behind us.
Yeah.
So, Evan, let's talk a little bit
Sure.
about Utah Nonprofits Association. What was it about UNA that you said, yes, I want to serve on this board?
Well, I have been a nonprofit professional for a lot of years now. So I've mostly worked in nonprofit organizations throughout my career. I worked at Equality Utah, and the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance, Planned Parenthood, the Utah AIDS Foundation, a whole host of nonprofits across the state of Utah, and all of them have benefited in one way or another from the work that UNA has done. I have been at nonprofits that were very small and didn't have the capacity to have healthcare coverage for their employees, but they were able to get healthcare coverage because of the plans that UNA offers. And so just that membership in UNA has provided profound support for organizations that wouldn't be able to provide those kinds of resources for their staff, their employees, their partners otherwise.
And tell us more. No. Thank you for sharing that, Evan. One of the things that we have the advantage is we get to see countless nonprofits and the missions that they contribute to our world. So in Utah alone, there are 7,500 organizations, which is really, really mind-boggling. Just when you think about that number and that goodness emanating from those organizations.
Yeah.
So when you think about your work and the impact it has on our community, where do you find that spark of joy?
I think that for me, it's almost spiritual, I guess. I was raised to believe that, I don't know if there's a reason we're all here on this planet together, but if there is one, I think that it's to help each other. I truly believe that. That's one of my core values. And so I've lived my life in a way where I want to make sure that I'm being of service to my other human beings. And that's what I was taught growing up, and that's what I do. And so it's just been part of my DNA as a human, and I think that we can all benefit when we're all helping each other do better.
That is so true, and thank you for the work you do. You've done all those years in the sector, and the work that you're doing now is really, really valuable. So tell us about some of the challenges you've seen in the sector and what's going on.
Yeah, I think in the last few years we've seen some troubling narratives happening around nonprofits nationally. There's been this kind of discourse around fraud, waste, and abuse and things like that happening in nonprofit sector, and it's just not true. It's just, the vast majority of nonprofits are operating on shoestring budgets. They're making the absolute most of what they can with what they've got. We're often under-resourced and overworked, and so really, I think that, when we're talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, we need to look at other players in other industries. It's not the nonprofits doing the good work.
So you didn't arrive in a jet or a helicopter?
I did not.
Today?
I did not.
Because I've heard that all nonprofit professionals
No,
are jets.
right? And what's interesting to me is that I have noticed throughout my career in nonprofit work that most of us work to essentially put ourselves out of business, right? I would love it if at some point in my career I could retire because there's no more addiction, right? Most mission-based organizations are after, trying to solve a problem that they would like to see go away, and ultimately, to their own detriment, right? But we don't get near enough credit for that kind of work.
We do not get enough credit.
Yeah.
We do not get enough credit and you mentioned the long hours people put in and the work that they do and raising money and what a challenge that is right now because there's been so many changes in funding. Have any of those changes impacted you?
Yeah, we've had a couple close calls over the last couple of years. A few months back, there was an announcement from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration that they were canceling all of their discretionary grants, and that impacted our organization in two ways. One, we get a direct grant from that entity, and two, we sub-grant on a bunch of other grants from that entity. And so it was going to cost our organization about somewhere around $500,000 a year And for an organization that has an annual revenue of about $4 million a year, that's a huge hit. And so, I mean, it would have been critical for us. And so, luckily, those cuts were rescinded within 24 hours. But that kind of instability and that kind of, that fear that it's driven into the sector has really had an impact. And so, we're now looking to make sure that we're diversifying our funding sources, because there was a time when, government money was the most dependable, but now it's not as trustable. And so we really want to make sure that we're looking towards, the philanthropic community, to individual donors, really building our donor base.
And you guys dodged that happening, and that's really, really great. But so many organizations didn't, and we've seen them cut services, we've seen them lay off staff. And while that's significant, what really, to me, is significant is that work gets diminished, so that there are fewer people who are able to receive services, and whether or not those services are child care, whether they're services for veterans, whether it's senior care, whether it's help with diseases like addiction and other things, that impacts our community.
Yeah, the need doesn't go away, but the help does.
That's exactly right.
It's devastating.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but I take hope that we live in Utah, and Utah is a very generous state, right? Like, we are a helping kind of people in the state of Utah. Culturally, we're one of the most philanthropic kind of states across the United States, and I have faith that the people of Utah will help pull us through.
Yes, I agree. How long you've been in Utah your whole life, pretty much?
Yeah, I was born here, and then been around the country a little bit, but always landed back in Utah. Utah's home. So,
it is home.
Yeah,
and
it's home.
We've been here for almost 12 years, and I love Utah.
Yeah.
And the work that all these organizations do, I think, is what makes Utah Utah.
Me too.
It's that spirit of generosity. It's that spirit of looking out for our neighbor, and it's like defining neighbor very broadly, right?
Yes, absolutely.
It's all the people who need our work and need us to come together.
That's right. Yeah, and it's not about any one of us. It's about the work that we do collectively, and the impact that it has on the whole.
Absolutely. And of these 7,500 organizations, our missions are interconnected.
Yes.
So if we think about air quality, and there are parts of our state that have very poor air quality, that leads to people becoming ill. They become ill, they lose their job, they lose their health care, they lose their housing, and that can find them out on the street where they deal with not having services, with finding relief through drugs.
Yeah, and so we're all very interconnected in this sector, and I think that we build strong partnerships with other nonprofits. I'm lucky that our organization, we've got great relationship with other nonprofit partners that help us do the work that we do. Like from treatment organizations like Odyssey House and First Step House to emergency food banks like Crossroads Urban Center, or advocacy organizations like NAMI Utah and the Disability Law Center of Utah, all phenomenal nonprofits that we're working with every day to make sure that we're doing the work that we can do to keep the good stuff going.
It is good stuff. Now I'm going to put you on the spot. Yeah. Can you tell us a success story?
A success story, absolutely. Yeah.
Or several.
Yeah, several, absolutely. Yeah. So what I look for are we do advocacy work at USARA as well. We're not just this direct service organization, and that's my job, is that I do all the advocacy. And sometimes that can feel stuffy, it can feel boring.
So tell our viewers who might not know what advocacy means, what that means.
Yeah, so in my job, I'm talking to elected officials every day about policy, and about the policies that matter and that impact the communities that we serve, and how the bills that they're crafting or how policy decisions that are being made are going to impact our communities across the state. And specifically in my arena, it's behavioral health, and so I'm often focused on things like access to support and treatment. And so one of the big wins that we had at our organization was we helped collect signatures to get Medicaid expansion on the ballot here in Utah. We were USARA was the nonprofit partner that collected the most signatures in that effort to get that on the ballot, and now over 100,000 more Utahns have access to health insurance coverage through Medicaid than ever had before.
So tell somebody who doesn't know what Medicaid expansion looks like, what it means.
Yeah, so I can give you like a really specific example. So prior to Medicaid expansion in Utah, people would call our organization all day, every day, asking, how do I get into treatment? How do I get support? How do I get services for addiction for my loved one or for myself? And the wait lists were 6 to 9 months long for publicly funded beds in treatment programs. It was impossible. People were dying while waiting to get into treatment. Now, with Medicaid available for people that need it, I can get someone into treatment today. If someone needs help, I can get them into a treatment facility today to get them the support they need. And that is a huge shift in how we deliver services across the state.
That's really, really beautiful. So for families who are looking for care, they can call USARA, and USARA can say, here's some options for you. Or someone's actually suffering from the disease itself.
Right. It's hard because people, it's a difficult system to navigate, and so it's intimidating, but it can be done with the right kind of support.
And you've got a team that can say, here's where you go. That's really important.
Yeah.
So do you have a story of anybody who went through your system and where they are now?
Well, I'll tell you that I am a beneficiary of the work that we do. So I came to USARA after I went to treatment over a decade ago to meet with our executive director, who is a friend of a friend, and I started volunteering, and I started hanging around the organization, and eventually I got hired, and then I've been there for about as an employee over 9 years now.
Over 9 years.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So, it's phenomenal.
And how long has USARA been around?
USARA's been around since 2006. So
2006.
yeah, so we're
10 years.
20 years.
Oh, I can't do that.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but we're on our 20th year, so it's a big deal.
20 years and think of the lives that have been saved.
Yeah, phenomenal.
That is so wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, are we at the hour? We are at the hour. Do we have a golden ticket winner?
I think I see the...
Okay, so Humane Society.
All right, yeah, there we go.
All right, so the
You have
winner...
the honors.
The winner is the Humane Society of Utah. They do phenomenal work. That's exciting. And...
It was Patricia Thratton's donation.
Patricia Thratton's donation.
Put them over put them in the lead. Let's hear it for Humane Society of Utah, and think of all those cats, dogs, rabbits, and all the incredible work that they do. And if Evan's story of USARA touched your heart, we'd encourage you to make a donation to USARA, or if you're one of those people that cares about all our furry friends, the Humane Society is welcoming donations. And if neither of those sparked your joy, there are hundreds, literally hundreds of other organizations on Utah Gives that are here doing good work and would welcome your support.
Hi and welcome back. My name is Julie Chang. I am the Chief Programming Officer here at Utah Nonprofits Association. I am so excited to announce to you that our annual conference will be happening September 30th in the Davis Conference Center up in Logan. And we're so excited about it. This year's theme is called Impact, because in the fall, we all know that it is a busy time. Holidays are getting started, nonprofits are scrambling, they're getting things together and all the good stuff. And so sometimes it's really hard to refocus on what matters most. And so Impact Conference is a time for you to come together, for nonprofits around the state to come together, to be with one another, to network, to gather, and to be encouraged, and to discuss and refocus on what matters most to them, their mission, and the community. Registration is going to be on the QR code to learn more. You can look down on the bottom of the page. We're still accepting breakout session applications. Those applications have been extended until May 7th, so you still have another week to think of a really great breakout session training for the rest of the nonprofit community. If you're someone who's interested in sponsoring the conference or being an exhibitor, then that is also open. All you have to do is go to utahnonprofits.org and you'll see the conference page lit up there, or go to the QR code on the bottom of your screen and learn more about the annual conference, our Impact Conference, happening this fall, September 30th at the Davis Conference Center. Hope to see you there. I also wanted to tell you about our plenary speaker who we just had a chance to announce. It will be Nicholas Ma. He is the producer of Won't You Be My Neighbor? He is a specialist in social impact, and we are so excited to have him there. So again, at the bottom of the screen, QR code, please register. Early bird starts in early June, and if you want to be a part of the breakout session, we're still accepting applications. Sponsors and exhibitors, we want you there too. Take care.
When you have kids out on the streets and they are a target for sex trafficking and labor trafficking,
we have about 48 hours to get them into safety, or they become subject to trafficking.
The risk is so high.
We want kids to come to us when they need help. No matter what the circumstances they're in, our doors are open 24/7. We do not want kids to sleep on the streets. Welcome to Youth Futures.
If Youth Futures isn't there to help the kids that need it, or they could end up, worst case scenario, dead. Some kids have been kicked out of the home. Some kids run away from the abuse and seek help from us to figure out where to go next and what even could happen next.
We realized that if somebody was going to do this, it was going to be us.
If we don't stand up, then who will?
We had a kid come to us and he saw the kitchen and he asked us, is there always food available for us? And we said, yeah, of course. And he pulled out some ketchup packets that he took from the cafeteria at school because he didn't know when he was going to eat next.
They are the place where kids can walk through the door and be unconditionally accepted and supported.
This young kid came to the door. He was 17 years old. We were brand new. One day he didn't want to go to therapy and he got really upset. And he walked out the door screaming obscenities, and we thought we had failed that kid. 3 years later, he showed back up at our door and he asked for me. I recognized him right away, and he brought his wife and his child and told us that we had saved his life, that we got him on the right track, that he was married, had a job, he had housing, and he wanted to donate some clothes. And he thanked us for everything that we had done for him. We need funds to help us continue to provide these services because they're critical. These kids need us. They have no place else to go. I walk into one of these bedrooms and I see shoes on the floor and the kids' things, and I hear kids laughing, playing the piano, interacting with our staff. It's such a rewarding thing to know that these kids are happy, they're safe, they're on the path to success.
Society has hidden disability. We're human, and we deserve to be out in the world too. Hi, I'm Greg, and I'm a Wasatch ambassador. I make disability advocacy content on my social media.
Wasatch Adaptive Sports is an organization in the community that is really helping to get people out into the world and exercising and experiencing everything from cycling, skiing, to paddling.
I don't think people understand the cost of living with a disability. Disability affects so many more people than we realize, and there is no limit to where disability can touch.
Being able to get outside with Wasatch Adaptive Sports is so unbelievably empowering for our family.
Wasatch Adaptive gave me my life back because they gave me a purpose. One little thing kicks off a cascade of life.
This matters a lot. It's about the community, it's about the mental health aspect of it, and it's about inclusion.
For every one of me, there has got to be 5 or 10 people out there that are trying to figure out what to do and how to live. I have tried more possibilities just because of these folks, what they started.
Most of the people that Wasatch Adaptive Sports serves, all of those services are all done on scholarship. There are so many financial barriers that WAS takes away.
You can't be trapped inside every day of your life. You have to get outside.
We all live in our devices, and we often don't have those in real life experiences. So a nonprofit that can provide those kinds of experiences, there's such a benefit.
We are all human. Wasatch Adaptive Sports needs to exist so that we're not stuck inside.
Movement is medicine. People really start to come alive again. They start remembering who they are.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael Uliberry. I'm the Executive Director of Defy Ventures. We are an entrepreneurship program that works inside of the prison facilities. We also work with anybody who's been impacted by a criminal history. I'm here today with my friend Salam. She has been a past volunteer and she's going to share a little bit about her experience. But first we're going to show a video, which is the graduation and pitch competition, which is the accumulation of a 7-month program that we teach inside the prison.
Today's about celebrating growth and commitment. EITs, you've been on a rigorous journey of personal transformation over the last few months, changing your personal narrative, developing new skills, and building out a business concept. And today we get to watch you deliver to all those skills in your business pitches and celebrating your success at graduation.
When we began this program, all we knew was committing to 4 hours a week of classroom time, completing 2,000 pages of curriculum, to earn a certificate that could change our futures unlike anything else we'd experienced. What we discovered was actually so much more. We learned that we can change our circumstances and we can be successful. We can become far better than what our incarceration has taught us.
And in first place, we have Sweetheart Cheyenne with
I just love when people see something small in somebody and they just chase it and they just keep supporting and that's what we need, because you guys never know when you guys are going to be that person to help somebody and they're just gonna never forget it. So thank you guys.
I just want to close the ceremony in a way that we all are familiar with, which is affirmations. I am proud of myself. I am proud of myself. I can hold my head high. I can hold my head high. People know my past and love me anyway. People know my past and love me anyway. I am forgiven. I am forgiven. I choose to forgive myself. I choose to forgive myself. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. I am the CEO of my new life. I am the CEO of my new life. I am defying the odds. I am defying the odds. I will succeed. I will succeed.
What you just saw was the accumulation of a 7-month program that we teach at the Utah State Prison. That was the pitch competition and graduation, where we're able to take in anywhere between 30 to 40 volunteers from all parts of the community, entrepreneur ecosystem. We've had lawmakers, we've had other people with lived experience go back into the prison, and they get to invest in these entrepreneurs in training and help them really redefine their business pitch and their personal statements, leadership statements. One thing that makes Defy unique is that we have what's called inside-outside privileges. So we're one of only 2 programs that operates inside the Utah State Prison that gets to work with people while they're inside and then once they're released. What that allows us to do that makes us a really unique partnership with Utah Department of Corrections is we get to learn who these individuals are. We get to see the transformation that they make over a 7-month period, and then we get to know how to best serve them when they're released. One really good thing that I love about what we do is based on that partnership that we have with Department of Corrections, we get to meet with Department of Corrections heads very frequently and find out the best ways to serve these individuals, whether it's housing, employment partnerships. One thing that we do that's really unique is upon their release back to the community, we get to provide them with a Chromebook, which is really big in creating access to technology, which is a big barrier for people getting out. A lot of them have been away from technology for an extended amount of time. So They're getting back into a day and age where now AI is taking off. Some of these people that lack the basic skills of adding documents to emails, creating anything in like Microsoft Office. So we give, with the laptop, we have a digital literacy program that we're about to launch here soon where we'll focus on bridging those gaps. And all that's available, all that is available because of partnerships that we have with other community partners, specifically one that we're working with right now, Brian Accord, who teaches AI and digital literacy at the Prague Center. Some other amazing organization has agreed to partner with us and build out that digital literacy program. During that 7 months, we have 2 main events. Those 2 events are called a business coaching day, where we get to bring in the volunteers, and we'll focus on the 2 first deliverables that they work on, which is a resume that communicates the skill sets that they have. A lot of people who are incarcerated don't believe that they have any skills, but truth is they do, they just aren't able to identify them. One big example is we often hear that from the women that they don't have these skills, yet they've worked in a kitchen that serves 3,000 people 3 times a day. There's skills there. We help them identify those skills and create a resume. We also help them create a personal statement that accepts complete responsibility for the past mistakes that they make, and also accepts responsibility for the choices they're going to make forward. At that time, we bring in volunteers. We have this event, which is similar to one that you just saw, and I'll have Salam share on that in a little bit. The second half of the program is they work on a leadership statement, and that really encompasses who they are and who they're going to be going forward and who they are going to be returning back to their community. And then during that time, they also develop out a business idea, which we take them everywhere from a feasibility analysis to marketing to brand kits to actually seeing if this is going to work. We have a few parameters. One of those parameters is the business has to be built with $20,000 or less. No brick and mortar, and it has to be for profit, and it has to be based on skills that they already have. So when we reach out to men, we often see things like construction or mobile detailing. They've had these experiences, so we now teach them how to take that. What really we do with the curriculum is it's built on this wholeness well-being development model, and what it does is it helps shift the mindset. So people who have prior experiences as potentially like had sold drugs, they have the business mindset, they've just been using it in the wrong way. So we take A and we place it with B, and we now take that skill set they have, whether it's like, and then we help them create a business that they could flourish with. So at this time, I'm going to have Salam share a little bit about her experience as a volunteer, and then I'll ask her a few questions.
My experience as a volunteer was for the men's graduation. I went and volunteered for the day. It was amazing. It was eye-opening. It was my first time in an event. It was my first time going inside to any of the events. What I found fascinating was how relatable everybody's situation really was. And also, I believe firmly in the transformative nature of entrepreneurship. I think you have to change your mindset really to believe in yourself or believe in any one idea that you have. And for most people, that could be the first time that anybody gave them the support that they needed to like follow through or think if their idea was good enough or think that they had it in them. It just seems something so out of your grasp sometimes, but it's really like such a natural state. We're meant to be problem solvers as humans, and giving them the support that they needed, and the business ideas that came out of that were amazing.
Right.
I've seen lots of business pitches. I've been in pitch competitions, and I was glad I was not in a competition with any of those businesses.
Right.
They were solid businesses. So it was impressive, and it was eye-opening.
Nice. So what's one way that your mindset has shifted since you went in with Defy?
It really is, and just how you can change someone's mindset through entrepreneurship, right? Like that thing that works. I've seen it personally on the outside. I've been in programs that have changed lives. But I can see how, when you think about being a business owner, it's not really about the business that you own, but being the type of person that could put something like that together, that could get the resources together that they need, that can believe in themselves enough to think that they can, because it takes a lot of belief in yourself to stand in front of a table of anything and say, hey, I'm selling this today, right? So Yeah, it's just like how you guys are using the tool of entrepreneurship that you think is about entrepreneurship, but it's a life-changing model, right? And I think it says it right in the title, it's CEO of your new life. So yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, so for myself, coming from a space of being an entrepreneur, I have access to all these digital tools, right? Like I have access to other people, I have access to AI. So they have to create these businesses and these pitches in lieu of that. They don't have access to those things, right? So, and they still come up with these amazing pitches. Yeah, so they come up with these really amazing pitches without having access to those tools, just based on working with each other and based on how the curriculum's built. One big thing that I think is really transformative, not just to the entrepreneurs in training, but to the volunteers who come, they often share that they leave changed. And what that does is they get to take that information now and go back to their communities and share, because the fact is 95% of people that are incarcerated are going to come back to our communities, right? So we want to make sure they come back in the safest way possible. And you're going to hear from a lot of other organizations today that serve a similar population. We just play our leg in the race. We get to do a great partnership with the Department of Corrections. We get to do the work inside, and then once they're released, they get to partner with other organizations like the Other Side Academy, or which I think was on earlier. And then they get to work with Destiny Garcia and Clean Slate Utah, our Rasa Legal, who can then help them on the next leg of the journey, which is they get to help with expungements and cleaning their record, right? So we play our part. And again, like it is through a great partnership with Department of Corrections. Glenn Mills and Brian Red, who are now with the Salt Lake Police Department, were really key in getting our program there. And now Jared Garcia has been key in helping us keep it and grow. We're starting to grow. I'm going to tout this as long as I can, but currently right now, we have 0% recidivism rate, which is like, and we've been almost 2 years. That's not going to last forever, but it still doesn't, we still have great numbers, right? Nationally, the average of recidivism is around 34 to 36%. We're at 34 here in Utah and about 30% nationally, but our national numbers are less than 10% for the first year. And then our 3-year numbers are less than 15%, where a lot of places it goes up into the 40s, right? So with a lot of the work that we do, it's done because we have great people that come in and volunteer. We have great people that support us, right? So a lot of the work that we do, it costs about $2,000 per EIT to make sure that they get this high-level programming. And that's all done through people who are supporters, sponsors, donors, people who allow us to continue to make sure that we're able to show up and provide opportunities to whoever's ready for change. That's the biggest thing, is when people are ready to change and the resources aren't there, that's where a lot of people fall off and they end up resorting back to the old ways, right? So I speak to this from a personal experience. I was incarcerated myself. I did the majority of my life. I grew up in the lifestyle and didn't really see a different life for myself, and that's the path that I took. But it was when people started investing in me and when opportunities started being available to me, specifically programs that I was able to take that helped me to grow, but it was the network. So when I had the questions, the bigger questions about how do I make a business grow, how do I be successful, how do I deal with these problems, I had the good network to go to. And Defy is able to do that by bringing people in that these entrepreneurs in training normally wouldn't have access to. Right, so I think it really helps really build that. So I would ask those who are watching today, I really encourage you, if it's on your heart, to please consider supporting the work that we do at Defy. Again, none of this is possible without donors and supporters, and we've been grateful to be able to do this work so far for the last 2 years at Department of Corrections. If there's anything that you'd like to add, if anybody's on the fence about supporting Defy.
Yeah, support in any way you can. If you can make it to a volunteer event, you'll leave with your spirit changed. I think it was a transformational event, and it is the work that Defy does is transformational. It's working on on the problem from the inside out, and not just waiting until the problem comes back out to remediate it, but really changing mindsets while they're still in there, and supporting them while they're out here with that continuity of care. So you can volunteer. If you can't support financially, come volunteer to an event. I think you'd love it there too.
Or consider partnering with us, employee partners, housing partners, anything like that. Thank you.
Hey, hi Jolly, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I feel like today has been such an awesome day to come together as nonprofits and impacts around the community, especially here in Utah, and getting an opportunity to share the things that people believe in and love and investing back into our community. And I'm so excited to get to chat with you and talk about the things that we've been doing in our community for the last 15 years.
Long time.
Yeah. So my name is Desi Ahrens. I am the Executive Director of Playworks Utah. We are a national nonprofit, but we've been around in Utah for 15 years. And Jolly and I have had the awesome opportunity to work here for 12 years and
14.
Almost.
Almost the whole time.
The whole time of Playworks. And so we are the leading nonprofit in Utah that leverages the power of play to bring out the best in every kid. And so we utilize the opportunity to work with kids to teach really important skills, character development skills such as problem solving, kindness, making sure that everybody has a place and a feeling. And we focus those efforts at recess because that's the time where kids have the biggest opportunity for play. And so, Jolly, can you talk a little bit about how Playworks was started?
Yeah, so Playworks started 30 plus years ago. It's been a while, and it actually started in Oakland, California, when our founder was out at an elementary school pitching an art program. And it was lunch recess time, of course. And so there was a line of kids waiting to meet with the principal. When it was finally her turn, he said, I love art, but how can we help recess? And so what she found is if we put engaged adults and help set the kids up for success out on the playground, it makes for a smoother recess. Kids are building friendships and engaging with each other, and they're getting all that energy out. So when they get back to the classroom, they're ready to learn and take that academic time seriously as well.
I love that. I love that we look at play as not a break from learning, but an opportunity to engage in a different way of learning and really fuel learning. We have worked with a lot of schools across Utah and thinking about, recess is oftentimes something that people are putting kind of on the back burner, and there's really an opportunity to teach our kids really valuable skills through play. And some of those skills we think about, like conflict resolution. If you think about recess back when you were little, was there times where there was conflict and things that were happening outside?
For sure. There was always conflict, and I think like learning it through play, and with Playworks, we teach them a simple skill of rock, paper, scissors to solve those conflicts quickly, because a lot of the time in their little brains they're more caught on like, oh, I'm mad at you, you're mad at me, right? Where we could just use that rock, paper, scissors really quickly and get back to play so that we are getting that time, because unfortunately we don't get a lot of time to play now. And so getting the most out of recess is the important part, and having them solve those conflicts quickly. Also, we set up the playground where we have rules in place. So hopefully we're eliminating a lot of the conflicts with that, but when they do come up, teaching them a quick way to solve those conflicts and then get back to play so that we get all that energy out, get that time to spend outside before having to go back into the classroom.
Yeah, I love that, and I feel like play is so important as a way to expend energy. And you mentioned that our kids aren't getting enough time outside, or if they are, that it's not that they're not having the opportunity to expend that energy. And so what's really cool about what we get to do and what we've been involved in is that we set up spaces for kids to play and give them an opportunity to try something new. I was never the best soccer player, right, or the best football player, but that there were other games that could be played for kids that they can try. Right. What are some of those games that we are seeing?
Oh man, that's one of my favorite parts, is that we get to introduce new games. It's funny that a lot of the schools I go to, jump ropes are usually used for like horsies or something, so introducing jump rope games. We play a lot of tag games, so that helps keep me fit, which is awesome. So lots of tag games. We also introduce games that are not so much rotational, that everybody's involved in, because we want to make sure, I always say recess is either the best part of the day or the worst part of the day, and we want to make sure it's the best part of the day for everybody. So introducing games that you don't have to be a super athlete to play, that everybody has a chance to jump in and engage and have fun during that time. So we have a great game called Switch, which is super fun for a lot of the students. Everybody loves that game. It's one of my favorite. We also have some fun indoor games, which we don't really think about when indoor recess happens. And unfortunately, we didn't have a great winter this year. But when we do, we spend a lot of time indoors as well. So how can we set the kids up for success inside the classroom or inside the gym space to get that energy out, but also making it that environment where everybody feels welcome, everybody can engage in the games.
Yeah, something that we talk about a lot is if kids are moving, kids are learning. And so we use play as a vehicle for that. And a lot of our games that we're seeing outside at recess, we're seeing teachers use in the classroom as well to encourage learning and infuse that into their everyday. And I love to see kids moving, especially as they're, figuring out something new that they can, use their bodies and really feel it and really experiment that. And that's really something that's amazing. As we think about recess, I feel like many people aren't, we're not focusing on what happens outside, right? And if you're a parent, I mean, you're wanting kids to be engaged and work with one another. And it makes me think of, when you send kids outside to recess, like sometimes it can be mass chaos, or sometimes it can be a place where there is, all of these game stations setting up. Can you talk a little bit about what a recess would look like, and then as kids are transitioning back inside?
Yeah, for sure. I like to call it organized chaos, because it is recess and it should be chaotic. Like, that's a time to get all our energy out, have fun, do what we want to do. And so that's one big thing I push, is we're not telling kids what they have to do, we're just giving them more opportunities and different games to do things. And so ideally we would have, we call it a playground map, right? Where we have the playground set up in game stations so we can safely play the games. There are times that I'll walk out onto a playground that doesn't have Playworks at it, and there's tag and soccer and football all happening in one area where a lot of injuries could potentially happen. So what we do is set up a tag area, set up a soccer field, set up a football field, so they have their designated areas for them to play their games, but do it safely without having to run into each other or anything like that. Something else that we like to do is we'll do that with all of our core games, so all of your normal recess games, but like we talked about, there's a lot of games that students aren't super athletes that want to play soccer or basketball or those types of games. So introducing a new game on a weekly or a bi-weekly basis that's out on the playground. So we still get all our fun recess games that you and I played when we were in elementary school, but we get a new game out there every week or every other week, so that those students that may not identify with playing foursquare or soccer or basketball might find a game that they'll want to engage in. And going back to like kind of what you were saying is building it into the community, right? Having teachers use it. So if we're able to build a strong community out on the playground, you'll see that transfer into the classrooms and into the school as a whole, where everybody feels a part of the school. Attendance, we see that a lot of kids come to school because they're excited to come to school and they have fun at school. Recess isn't scary for them, and it kind of just builds that whole school community. So setting up the playground, having those designated areas, allowing the students to play whatever game they want. We even set up a free play area because sometimes we just like to use our imagination, and that's great, but let's do it in a safe spot and not in the middle of the soccer game, because we don't want you to get hurt or a soccer player to get hurt. And so setting them up for success that way is super helpful for them and the adults that are out there, and for the whole community.
I love that. I was just on a playground last week, and it was fun to see the kids engaging and working together. And I was talking to a teacher, and recess had just ended at that point, and they were all lining up and getting ready to go. And that's something that we really focus on, is how they're transitioning from recess back into the classroom. Those are things that you don't really think about, but transition time there can be a lot of time lost, and we really want to focus on making sure that the kids have a great time at recess, that everybody feels safe, and that they're transitioning back into the classroom. And I was talking to one of the teachers, and they were saying, wow, like some of the things that are happening on the playground, or there are conflicts, I'm not seeing them in my classroom. Before, I would have to stop, teaching time to talk about what happened outside, and I wasn't even there. And so that's something, that is just really great to hear from teachers, that there are opportunities for kids to, take off their recess hat and then put on their learning cap and be back and ready for learning. And that it's saving teachers teaching time.
Yeah, 100%. Getting to line quickly, and not having to solve those conflicts inside the classroom, like we talked about, rock, paper, scissors, solving them quickly outside, setting up a successful recess where we can hopefully eliminate a lot of those conflicts by having set rules for everybody, so you're not playing by one set of rules and I'm not playing by another set. If you really think about it, even if they spend 5 minutes lining up their kids and transitioning them back to classroom and spending time dealing with conflicts in the classroom, in 1 week, that's 25 minutes of teaching time per recess, right? And if they have 2 recesses a day, that's almost a whole hour a day. They're losing their teaching time because they're dealing with other things. So ideally, conflicts happen out on the playground. We're solving them. We're getting to line quickly and quietly. We're going back to class ready to learn. We sit down, we get ready, and the teachers are immediately into teaching rather than spending those 10. And 5 minutes is kind of a low number.
Yeah,
so I just use that because easy math, right? But that does help a ton for sure.
Yeah. And I know, Jolly, you work with a lot of schools across Utah, but I wanted to talk just a little bit about our impact across the state of Utah. We have worked in, I think this last year we've been in 60 schools across the state of Utah, which is really awesome. And a lot of our schools are located on the Wasatch Front, but we are starting to work in some other rural communities, and you get an opportunity to kind of work with schools all over the state of Utah, right? And could you talk about just a little bit about how we're starting to grow our impact in different ways?
Yeah, so we have a couple different types of program. We have a team up program where we have someone that spends a week at the school, and then they rotate through 2 or 3 schools throughout the month. I get the opportunity to go around and train schools, so I don't work specifically with just the students. I get to work with the adults as well. So some of my trainings, like I've got to go to the Ute tribe down by Duchesne area and spend some time with their after-school program and train those adults on different techniques and skills that they can use to get the most out of working with the students. I have a few schools down in the St. George area where we train the staff at those schools, and then they go back to the schools and implement our best practices that we've found over the last 30 plus years that work really well. And then, like I said, I get to do that, but we also have a program called a Reboot where I get to go to a school and spend a week training the staff, but also getting to work with the students and teaching those games and showing that staff really what it's like to have students engaged out on the playground and how easy minor things that we don't even think about, like having an equipment system and having a playground map, those types of things really help support the recess environment.
I love that. I feel like there are so many great things about this program that we could talk forever on, and it's really been amazing to think about how we're able to impact all of Utah, and that's really, everybody has a memory of recess, everybody has a memory of playing, and adults we're just big kids, and as people are thinking about Playworks and play and their experience, it's amazing to think that this is an organization that invests right back into our kids, and our kids are the future leaders of tomorrow. And so if we can take some time and focus on just those little things, those I don't want to call them soft skills because they're so important, right? Problem solving kindness is such an important thing that we all could use, right, in our everyday. And so this is an organization that is very near and dear to me and you, and we see how kids can thrive, and we really just want to give kids the experience, a childhood that they can remember and that they deserve. For sure. Right? For sure. So we, everything that we have with Playworks goes right back into our community, and so we're really excited.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Kylie and I am the Director of Development over at the Utah Parent Center, and I've got some awesome friends with me here today. I've got Cecil and Julie. I'm going to let them introduce themselves in just a minute, but just to give a little bit more information on the Utah Parent Center and who we are the designated resource center for disability that serves the entire state of Utah. We are a nonprofit, and really our goal is to help parents in serving their children, young adults, really live productive and inclusive lives. We've got a lot of ways that we do that. We really are peer-to-peer support. So the amazing thing about our team at the center is that most of them are parents who have kids with disabilities and they live the life. And as people reach out for help in anything, whether it's education, the list goes on. There are so many areas that we really help serve this community. It has the peer-to-peer aspect. But one thing we are talking about today is an adaptive boxing program called Stronger Together. So I would love to introduce Julie Hanna. She's actually the program director and a very long-term friend of mine. So give them a tidbit about yourself and the program.
Okay. Hi, like Kylie said, my name is Julie Hanna. I actually work for the Utah Developmental Disabilities Council and created the Stronger Together Adaptive Boxing Program. This program is my passion, and it happens to marry the two passions that I have, which is working with people with disabilities and also my hobby and overall mental, physical health, boxing. This program is definitely new, but been very successful. We are on the 5th cohort, I think, approaching the 5th cohort. It is honestly just a really great time. What else can I say?
Julie's amazing. She and I have actually both been doing boxing for about 15 years, which blows my mind. She's known me since I was a child. And when she first came to me with the idea for this program, I just couldn't have imagined that it would have transformed into something so amazing. And we've actually got Cecil here, who is one of our Stronger Together ambassadors. How many cohorts have you done with us now, Cecil?
Oh, I think about like three or four, I think.
Yeah. And
keeps coming back.
Yeah. And what has the boxing done for you?
Honestly, to be honest with y'all, it helped me with like getting stronger, like not in like physical things, but mentally too. I just love these guys. These guys are amazing though.
Oh, we love you. Please don't make me cry in front of everyone.
Same.
To give you just another little, tidbit, because we really, Julie and I have like fused our passions in different areas, is that the gym we currently operate out of is called Brickyard Boxing and Conditioning. I'm actually the manager over there. So Director of Development for the Utah Parent Center by day, Brickyard Boxing manager by night.
Full circle, for sure.
Yeah, full circle. And these programs that we run, they're 6-week cohorts, that's what we call them. They are free. And this next wave that we're launching in June, which will begin June 2nd, it's going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays, right?
Yep.
Starting at 1:30 p.m.
Yep, for 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks, it's free. And we are actually fusing youth and adult. So we really are taking on all ages with the next wave. So if you guys are interested, we'll get a flyer up towards the end, but we would love to move moving and acting. Okay, so Lee and I are going to push our chairs off to the side.
You can stay right there. Yep.
So a couple things to know, whether you're standing, sitting, however you want to do this, we're being nice and relaxed. We are going to be striking air today and displaying the strikes that way. Over the long term, if you end up getting to the point where you come to the gym and you're hitting a bag with us, we do preach, of course, we hit bags, not people. You want to be nice and relaxed. It's like a car accident. Upon impact, if we're tense, it strains our muscles in our body, but if we're nice and relaxed, then our body feels comfortable. So for stance purposes, if you are standing, feet are about hip width apart. Generally, those who are right-handed, they want to step their right foot back, and those who are left-handed want to step their left foot back. You just want to open up your dominant side. First line of defense, what is it, Cecil?
it should be like fist to your face.
Yeah.
Fist to your face.
Hands up. We want to guard our lovely faces. This is your first line of defense. Anytime we are moving, if we're able to move front and back, you're thinking as much as one foot steps, that's as much as the other foot steps. And because we are so adaptive, things that we like to do with Cecil, we like to tell him, move your head around. You know, if you can't physically step forward, left, right, you move a little bit and you get into your flow and your rhythm still.
Got it down.
Yeah. Like, okay, even just to go on a little bit of some of the equipment we have, we've got a lot of adaptive boxing equipment at the gym, but the jump ropes, make Cecil do these jump ropes all the time where they're strings with little balls on the end and you get like the full effect of the jump rope. Just as we go into this, we take all levels of disabilities, whether they're physical, mental. Please just reach out to us. I promise it will be life-changing for whoever takes the course. So first line of defense, hands are up. Strike number 1 is the jab. So we're gonna demonstrate that nice and slowly. Thinking as straight down the line, coming from the hip. My hip is almost like a cannonball. I launch my hand, the cannonball, straight down the line, and I'm thinking of breathing at the same time, right?
Don't hold your breath.
Don't hold your breath, yeah. So a sound I like to make is the shush sound. Shh. Shh. Some people sound like they're a barking dog. Some people just like to say the jab out loud.
Yep.
Jab, reset.
If you're talking, you're breathing.
Yeah, jab, reset. It's a beautiful way to learn to strike, so it's the same out loud. So let's do 3 of them. Ready? Go. 1, jab. 2, 3, let's go. Okay, oh, beautiful. This is why we brought Cecil. Cecil is our shining rock star.
Absolutely.
Strike number 2, the cross. So just like the jab, we have the counter on the opposite end. We're now gonna come from our rear side, and we're gonna send that rear straightaway strike straight down the line. Think hip again. As I extend it, I don't want to lean with it, I want to rotate. Yeah, the rotation. Let me just back up a little bit so you can see my foot. One thing we have if you are standing is called a pivot. If I throw my cross and my back heel is glued to the ground, it's going to put a lot of torque in the knee. So we want you guys to squish the bug. That's one way of looking at the pivot. You just want your heel to turn in the direction. Yeah, cross, reset. Hey, cross. Reset. Okay, let's do 3. Let's make sure we're breathing. Teaching everyone to breathe with us. Ready? 1, cross. 2, cross. Yeah. 3, cross. Okay, put them together. The basic 1, 2. We got our jab cross. We're going 3 of them. Ready? 1, jab cross. 2, jab cross. 3, jab cross. Hey, you are a third of the way there. This is like learning the strikes is easy. We really make it very understandable for anyone. Did I miss anything on the jabs and crosses?
Just that your shoulder should protect this side of your face, and then it's always a give and a take.
Yeah.
So if you're throwing a punch, expect to be taking a punch. But again, we hit bags, not people.
Yes. We just like to teach you to
just in case.
Be protected. Yeah. If ever you need to just be protected, first line of defense, hands up. So that's 1 and 2. Then we've got the uppercuts. On the uppercuts, I'm gonna think of my hip as sending the momentum of the strike upward. That's why they call it the uppercut. So a couple options, I could come in with an uppercut. Very importantly, to keep your wrist straight. Even if you're striking air, always practice the habit of keeping your wrist straight, because that straight wrists are safe wrists.
Yeah.
You could come down low with an uppercut. You could come up high with an uppercut. Boom. Okay, let's do 10 of these. I'm just gonna say, hit it and throw an uppercut. Let's go right and left. Ready?
Okay.
Hit it. Hit it.
Oops, I wasn't listening.
Oh, wait, hit it. Whatever side you guys want to do, hit it. I hope you guys are doing this with us from home. Hit it.
Get off your couch.
Hit it. Hit it. 2 more. Hit it. And hit it. Okay, we have 4 strikes there. We got a basic 4 going here. Let's recap really quick. We got the jab, straight away on the front side. We got the cross, straight away on the rear. We got the lead uppercut, boom. The rear uppercut. Hey, reset. Let's do that all together. Jab, cross, hey, upper, upper. One more time. Jab, cross, hook, hook. Oh my gosh, we only have one strike left. And I love that Cecil's striking noises are so prominent to remind all of us to breathe.
Yes.
Not just in striking, but in life. Okay, the last strike is what we call a hook. So if you hit a 90-degree flex position, notice again, wrist nice and straight, and you turn inward. That's what the finished product of a hook looks like. This is the one time I say your elbows can come out like chicken wings.
Otherwise tight.
Otherwise, keep your elbows in nice and tight. So again, my hip is gonna do the work. I'm gonna send the momentum around. At the last second, I just bring my elbow up. Yeah, in line with my shoulder. Wrist nice and straight. So let's go, let's say right hook. Yeah, let's do 3 of them. Ready? Hook, hook, hook. Good, same thing on the left side. Ready, hook, hook, hook. Okay, I think we're ready to do the full basic 6. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, ready, in our stance. We got the jab, boom. The cross, boom. Lead uppercut, rear uppercut, a lead hook, rear hook. We are coming from all angles. Let's do 3 of these. Let's speed it up. I'm gonna say hit it, and you guys just at your own pace.
All 6.
Jab, cross, up, up, hook, hook, yeah? Okay, ready, hands up. Hit it. Jab, cross, hook, 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 hook. Again, hit it. One more, hit it. Those are the basic fundamentals of boxing. Like I said, we've got a flyer, which we could actually bring that flyer up right now if you don't mind. Summer is right around the corner. June is upon us. If you guys are interested, or if you know of anyone who's interested, Julie created this wonderful flyer. Anything you want to say about it, Julie?
About adaptive boxing or the flyer?
Either or, either or.
We're still learning as we go. I would like everybody that is interested in trying it to not be afraid. We serve all abilities, and we have enough staff support and volunteers to help adapt in any way, which is really helpful. I think that's our biggest thing is we welcome everyone.
Yeah.
And this summer will be fun because it's all ages.
Yes, all ages. We still have spots open. These generally fill up, so don't be shy. Use the QR code. If for any single reason you lose track of the flyer or you need to get a hold of us, just reach out to us, the Utah Parent Center. Our website is amazing. They'll connect you to either myself or to Julie. And then as just a quick last little tidbit, being in development for the Utah Parent Center, I am always on the hunt to find funding for these programs. We're able to offer these programs for free because of so many amazing grants and funders and sponsors. So if you know of anyone interested, please send them our way. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
The Beers Ears Partnership is involved in conservation all over the Beers Ears, but also I think the most important thing that Beers Ears Partnership does is really put the Indigenous voice first. This is my home.
Certain places should be protected.
It's for future generations, for my children, my grandchildren. The Navajo Nation, the Hopi tribe, the Zuni tribe, the Ute Mountain Ute, and the Array Ute tribe.
Who does it belong to? That was initially hard to kind of answer. Why? Because I was coming to that realization myself. I came to places like Newspaper Rock with my elders and my son, and translated for my son what my elders were saying.
Tribal members will come back to this landscape and reconnect with it. And the prayers, ceremonies, interacting and being one with the landscape, exploring this area themselves to remember who they are.
Coming back and becoming the whole people again. So my son, we lost him earlier this year. So when I look at places like this, I imagine he will visit this place again in the afterlife. I guess it makes it more part of my mission to introduce more children to this landscape You know, sometimes people ask me that are not native, how do I visit this place and respect that personal connection you don't have? And I say, well, you have that own personal connection yourself. Who does it belong to? Well, it belongs to all of us. Archaeologically, you have human footprints inside the sloth footprints, hunting it down, woolly mammoths on the shoreline watching this happen. So it shows a deeper history than what was initially thought. So when you look at the initial big game, which would be the very faint ones towards the back, later on you had in the basket maker period, but later on you now have horseback, whether it's Navajo or Ute, but now it's hunting like an elk. You see these imagery, you see the fact that there's human existence for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It speaks to humanity. It speaks to the fact that we're experiencing life on a little rock going through space, surrounding a sun that will eventually go out. You're human. You are part of that tapestry.
This place represents human relationship. The Bears Ears is just a microcosm of all the issues in the world. Like, everything is happening out here in some form. If we can work together to save this place, we can do this elsewhere in the world.
Here at Canyonlands Field Institute, our mission is to get youngsters disconnected from their devices and connected to each other so that they can learn about themselves, learn about their peers, and do that all while asking questions about the grass, about the sky, about outside.
I can literally look out my classroom window and see the entire Wasatch Range, and I would say more than half of my students have never been in the mountains. It's been, I would bet, life-changing for pretty much every one of the students that gets to go.
Not everything is in your control. We've constructed a human environment where it feels like that, but in reality it's not. And so being outside helps build and practice resiliency.
You can so distinctly see the transformation that happens to kids.
It's really nice to just see them play. Whoa, why does that rock look like that? Wow, what happens if I just dig in the sand? And get to be kids and not have that like stress of modern society associated with it.
Honestly, the thing I've been shocked the most is the amount of relief that kids feel being away from their phone. What's all the time in our culture is like, oh, kids are just on their screens. But no, they actually love, they don't feel anxiety, there's less drama, they like to just connect with people.
I was happy that I didn't have my phone on me. I just felt like I didn't have a responsibility on my back to fit into like the social media groups and like look a certain way and just being judged about everything you do.
We're losing that allowance for kids to make mistakes.
It's really cool to see them open their worldview and think about being in nature.
And I was just able to relax.
We give all the scholarship money we can. We have all the boats that we can currently afford and all the guides hired. More funding for CFI translates directly into more boats, more naturalist educators, additional scholarships for Title I schools. More funding translates directly into more kids outside.
we're back with our Utah Gives live stream, and we have a really exciting announcement. We now know the winner of our 12 p.m. golden ticket, the Morning Stretch Prize, and it happens to be none other than Wasatch Community Gardens, who's getting ready to speak to you all next.
Yeah, that's incredible timing. We're really excited to share about our work, and want to queue up an exciting video to share more about what we do. And thank you for your support. We're super excited.
Thanks.
Food brings us together. Through food, we share our cultures, our traditions, and our care for one another and the earth.
It always seems that once you get help and you start flourishing, you want to go out and help your community.
Growing food is such a connective experience with the land and with each other.
Normalmente venimos, estamos ahí compartiendo y cada uno pues también poniendo un granito de arena para que las plantas pues sigan fortaleciéndose.
With your support, Wasatch Community Gardens doesn't just grow vegetables, we grow unity within community. We sow culture within agriculture. Wasatch Community Gardens employs gardens and food as tools for social change. Your donations provide access, knowledge, and support to those facing systemic barriers to healthy food options, offering joyful, life-changing connections to healthy food. Through efforts like our farm-based job training and community garden programs, we work with communities facing systemic barriers to healthy food access to support community-led food sovereignty.
The job training program supports women in the community who are currently experiencing or facing homelessness, and we provide job readiness training as well as healthy food access and mentorship here at City Farm.
Coming out of treatment, you learn all these new skills, but where are you going to practice them? So this was the perfect place to come because you get all the support in the world. You can make mistakes without getting in trouble. The vibe is awesome. It's just kind of hard to explain. You just kind of have to be here.
We want to provide a safe space for folks to try new things and feel safe doing so that when they get out into their next job or career, they feel more comfortable and supported in being successful there.
Your donations and vision plant seeds of change, nourishing a more just, resilient food system for all, from farms and gardens to forks and bellies. With the opening of the Rose Park Neighborhood Center Community Garden, which is a Green City Growers partnership with Salt Lake City and the Good Samaritan Foundation, Wasatch Community Gardens now manages 19 of these productive growing spaces across Salt Lake County.
We are at the Rose Park Neighborhood Center. The back area actually used to be an off-ramp of I-15, and now it is a green growing garden space. What's special about the partnership is that it arose directly in response to this community advocating for their right to grow food.
What started with just one family wanting a spot to garden has grown into an incredible space.
Every time I come here, there's always families out there. There's kids, there's adults, there's older folks. It's a really intergenerational space and activity that people participate in.
Es una oportunidad para desconectar de la rutina diaria cuando venimos y estamos allá con las plantas, como que nos relajamos.
La verdad es más saludable porque es orgánico y es mejor para los niños y para toda la familia.
Job training and community gardens are just two of Wasatch Community Gardens' 6 programs. Each is driven by the necessity of healthy food access rooted in agriculture and steeped in culture. Driven by backyard gardeners and local farmers, children and families, neighbors, schools, businesses, and volunteers. Driven by you. To all who believe in the nourishing power of food and community, you belong here, and we invite you to grow with Wasatch Community Gardens.
Hi, we're back. I'm Jill Bennett, CEO of Utah Nonprofits Association, and with me right now is Hannah Whitney. Hannah is the Individual Director of Giving.
Individual Giving Director.
Giving Director.
Many organizations of that title, totally.
We're excited to have you here, and Thanks. You just won the Power Hour before.
Know.
So what a great day for Wasatch Community Gardens.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about the organization.
Yeah, absolutely. So for anyone who isn't familiar with what we do, Community Gardens is in our name. And so of course that is one of our 6 programs, but we do a whole lot more than that. And our mission is all about empowering people to grow and eat healthy, organic, local food right in our community, whether in your own backyard, in a community garden plot, in a planter on your deck, or by getting out and getting local produce from someone else that you can cook with at home.
Oh, that's really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
So tell us how people can become involved.
Oh my gosh. Let me tell you, I wanted to have maybe a colleague in our programming team come join me today, but this is, as you might imagine for a gardening organization, by far our busiest time of the year. We're always busy, but right now things are growing, things are still being planted. There are so many volunteer opportunities happening, just about a million ways to get involved, which maybe is a little bit overwhelming, but I'm gonna start with a couple. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, let's do that, and then we're gonna talk about your crops.
Of course, of course. So I want to make sure everybody knows about our spring plant sale. I know there are a number of great spring plant sales out there. You don't have to choose between them. You can come to more than one. Please come check out our plant sale. It's an extra special event. It's on Saturday, May 9th, and it's at the Fair Park. So we recently, last year, moved to this new location for the first time for a number of reasons. We used to have our plant sale at Roland Hall, great partner for us for many, many years. And but we've grown. More people, especially since the pandemic, more people are looking for local access to healthy food. Whether they want to grow it themselves just for fun, just so your kids can see where food comes from, or if you're actually growing to make a living, you know, small local farmers, or you can't afford good vegetables at the grocery store, this is a way to have access to those things, or to grow things that are unique to your culture and your background, where you're from, that you can't find easily in the grocery store. So that's a beautiful thing about some of our programs and providing access not just to the food, but to a place to grow food, things like that. So that spring plant sale, we are selling over 45,000. We think it's closer to 48,000+ seedlings that are grown right in our city farm, which is on 1300 South in Glendale. And these seedlings are grown in 2 greenhouses and a little bit on the outside of the greenhouses by women participating in one of our 6 programs called the Green Team Job Training Program. And these are women who are facing or experiencing homelessness in our community and are able to get access to knowledge, skill building, support for finding housing and secure jobs for themselves through our job training program. And part of the process of them learning these skills is to actually be growing seedlings and then help us come to the plant sale and sell them. So it is a very mission-driven plant sale. It's extra special. You can't get seedlings like these anywhere else. So big plug.
Community, many uses of the word community in the work that you do.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really beautiful. So I see you brought some toys. Tell us about what you have here.
Yeah, just some fun things to share a little bit about what you might see or learn about or connect with if you get involved in different Wasatch Community Gardens programs. So I brought, and this is, I got a little dirt on my pants already this morning.
You're from a garden organization. I would be disappointed if you didn't.
Totally. So I was at our campus garden this morning, which is in Salt Lake City at 629 East and 800 South. There's a community garden, our oldest community garden right there, the Grateful Tomato Community Garden, and then our campus teaching and demonstration gardens. There was a gaggle of kids on campus today there for a field trip, and they were all getting to munch on some radishes. These ones are still dirty. We washed them off for the kids, but I plopped these out of the ground.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
How beautiful that is. And did I hear the word organic used?
Yes.
Important.
Yep. Our city farm is certified organic. We use organic practices at all of our sites.
And tell us what that means and why it's important.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I think I'm going to have to say that if you really want to dig into the details of organic planting, what it means to grow and eat organic, I'm going to have to loop you in with some of our agricultural operations team. But from a high level perspective, someone like myself who, spoiler alert, has a desk job and not a garden job, sadly. It's just a way for us to care not only for our bodies, but for the earth. Right, so we're not using herbicides and pesticides. Do we deal with pests and challenges on that front? Absolutely. We just find different ways to manage those challenges in a way that doesn't pollute the soil and doesn't pollute the vegetables themselves, the plants that they grow, doesn't hurt our pollinators, our beloved pollinators that we need so much for our food systems, and doesn't hurt our bodies when we eat it.
That's a win-win-win-win, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, absolutely. So you'll see when you come to our plant sale, our little seedlings have that USDA organic tag there. This one is a jalapeno black magic hot pepper. That's just one of the varieties that you'll find at our plant sale. Radishes. These seeds are actually, I brought these in, these are not seeds necessarily that we're selling, but when you come to WCG events, like other than the plant sale, I'm gonna say, if you come to one event in 2026, come to the tomato sandwich party, which is always that first Saturday after Labor Day weekend. Huge party at our campus. There's music, there's lots of freebies. We're always giving away seeds and other goodies that we get from our business partners. And that's a great way to just enjoy the harvest, connect with people in the garden.
So you come and you have a sandwich.
You come and you have a free sandwich, locally grown tomatoes, locally organically grown tomatoes. You gotta be there.
I've seen the line for that.
Oh yes, it will wrap around the block.
Because what's better than a fresh tomato?
Yep. Exactly.
Very good.
Yeah, yeah. So come on out, and you always get these kinds of freebies. You'll learn something new and unique. Like, do you have any idea what this is?
A seed pod?
Yes. Of
a dinosaur?
Exactly. It looks like dino claws. They're just, I have these decorating my whole house. But if you happened to follow us on social media, a while back, maybe last year, there was this amazing reel about what this is. So should I tell you, or should I make you go?
You should tell me, because not everybody has a minute to stop and
yeah,
figure it out.
totally.
And plus, I'm really curious.
Yeah, this is called devil's claw.
I was close.
Yes, and it has these seeds in here. So these ones actually could be planted. So I can leave these with anyone here who wants to go try to grow some devil's claw. But you eat it before it looks like this, as these little pods, little green pods. Use it kind of like okra.
Oh, how cool is that?
It's native, grows great here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? Never heard of it before until I started working.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I've heard of okra, though.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, we have some pickles here, and this is my little prompt for letting people know about the types of things not only that you can grow when you buy plants at our plant sale, but things that you can learn how to do. So we have a wonderful education program that offers workshops. There are also webinars, on-demand webinars available on our website, and we're always working on adding new and different workshops, webinars, educational content so that people can learn how to grow and eat and prepare all this wonderful food from the garden.
So if I like the idea of organic food, you all can help me get started.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. So important.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what a donation today for Utah Gives would do for Wasatch Garden and the community you serve.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to come back to these. I feel like we should have used these as.
Should we be holding these? All right.
We should have used these as our mics.
There we go. I would take a bite out of this, but I'm not quite there to eat the dirt, right? I know it's organic. But,
yeah, absolutely. You could eat it.
I could, yeah,
totally.
But I'll just use it as my mic.
Yeah. So.
Or we could use it as jewelry.
Yeah. Oh, brooch.
Brooch? Yeah, because I'm a brooch kind of person. Not really.
Totally. Yeah, so what can your $5 do? What can your $10 do? This kind of thing right here. So seeds, oh my gosh, when we were planting the seeds for the plant sale, there are some seeds that cost $1 a seed. No joke. And so when we're very carefully, and we all as staff get to help sometimes, we have this little, a little stick that you use, dot it on your tongue, plant the seed on a tiny little block of soil. Some of those hot peppers cost $1 per seed. So you're like, I better not mess this up. So your $5 can support the purchasing of seeds. It can support healthy food like this that gets picked in our garden for kids coming for field trips. We also provide seedlings and vegetables for our social services partners. So that could be a school community garden, and some of our partners like The Point, where we actually do free farmers markets for folks who wouldn't otherwise have access to this kind of food. And then there's also scholarship opportunities. So we have really affordable plot fees for our community garden spaces. But sometimes $35 is still even hard for someone, right? So we have scholarships available for low to middle income households, and donations from the community fund all of those kinds of things for our 6 programs. And I feel like I've mentioned some of the 6 programs, but maybe I should make sure I touch on all of them.
Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I talked about how for the plant sale, I'm gonna make sure I continue plugging this.
Wait, you're having a plant sale?
Oh yeah, this plant sale. It is less than 2 weeks away, Saturday, May 9th. So the seedlings, most of the seedlings sold at this event are grown by our Green Team as part of the job training program. The job training program is one of our 6 programs, and we actually have a second component of the job training program coming into life this year, which is our small farm incubator program. And some folks are familiar with our friends and former organization, Green Urban Lunchbox.
Yeah.
And we were able to take on one of their programs, which was already doing what we were planning to do with some of our new sites. And we are supporting local farmers in their journey to provide healthy, organic, local produce. So that's a job training program. I, of course, mentioned the community garden program. And that's the one where we actually have 19 community gardens around Salt Lake County, where folks can rent plots and grow their own food. I think I mentioned those 2. I mentioned adult education. So those are those workshops and webinars, great opportunities to come out into our spaces and learn some new skills, how to take care of your soil, how to grow things, how to harvest, how to prepare food, all of it. And then we have our youth in school education program. And that's, I think I mentioned a little bit about those field trips happening there on campus. And let's see, what am I missing? I'm missing our newest program, Advocacy and Justice, and then of course our volunteer program. And final plug, we need volunteers for the spring plant sale. Please go to wasatchcommunitygardens.org, check out the volunteer tab, and then go ahead and check out what workshops that we have available right now. There are lots of ways to get involved. So put a couple events on your calendar, sign up for a workshop, and maybe come join us to volunteer next Friday or Saturday.
You've heard it here. This is really putting the word community into community, and we're really glad that Wasatch Community Gardens is doing the work that they're doing. And I really hope their mission, one of their 6 programs, touched your heart and sparked some joy, and encourage you to act on that joy and donate now, because as little as $5 can buy 5 really important seeds. And if you want to go big and help somebody have their own plot so that they can feed their family nutritious food, $35 will take care of that. And if this didn't touch your heart, we have hundreds of other missions on Utah Gives that can spark joy, and you can spark action.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, thanks for being here.
relaunched my career as a software developer, I was so excited. I loved the great pay, the flexibility, and the chance to work on challenging projects. But all the time I kept asking myself, where are all the other women?
I'm right here.
I'm here too.
And I'm not going anywhere but up.
That's why we created Tech Moms. We provide technical training, career exploration, and a long-term community of support to help women find the professional pathway that's right for them.
Tech Moms helped me believe in myself.
Finally, I'm heading in the right direction.
The Tech Moms community is amazing.
Tech is one of the fastest growing sectors in the world. There are thousands of tech jobs currently unfilled. I want every woman that's looking for a tech career to know 3 things. Number 1, you bring valuable perspectives and skills.
Yeah, I do.
2, you are needed in this industry.
There's no question in my mind.
And 3, you belong in tech.
I belong.
I belong.
I really do.
We all belong!
To learn more, visit
Hi, hello everyone. It's so good to be here. What an incredible day for everyone to be able to get out and be giving. And we're excited to be part of this amazing cohort of work that's happening in impact across Utah. I'm Trina. I'm one of the co-founders for Tech Moms. It's tech-moms.org if you want to get in and learn more. We are a 501c3 that's been running for almost 6 years now and making a massive impact in the workforce and economic and societal changes throughout Utah by assisting individuals to be able to get into tech careers. So I'm excited to talk today about what we do a little bit and the impact. I think the stories are so incredible, and it's why I keep doing the work that I do, to be able to help individuals find their pathways into some of the most viable jobs. Especially, we say tech jobs are mom jobs. And why do I say that? Because they're higher paying, they're flexible, you have remote working, they are able to find confidence and security and independence through these careers that just complete. It's not just tech career transitions we're making complete life transformations for both the individuals that go through our courses, but also for their families. So we've been running, like I said, for about 5 years. By the end of this year, we'll have over 1,000 alumni. I'm going to say that again. You talk about the impact that we're making in the state of Utah from an economic and social perspective. Over 1,000 alumni have gone through our courses. And we say once a tech mom, always a tech mom. This isn't a one and done. This is a community of support where we come together and help from wherever they're at. We have individuals that their car breaks down. Who do they go to? They go to our community to be able to help find support for each other. They're in the middle of their capstone project and a laptop dies. Guess who they call? They call us to say, hey, my laptop's dead. I've got to turn this in tomorrow. We've actually met them at 11 o'clock at night to deliver a laptop so they can finish their capstones and get those projects in. We provide childcare. We remove the barriers that are there primarily for moms entering the workforce by offering financial assistance, by offering support, care, and the need for knowledge. So our core program is what our majority, all of our students go through, which is just understanding the biggest challenge for most of the people that are looking for better careers is where to go. It's demystifying the tech industry, demystifying or finding how do I actually move into a career that's going to benefit myself and my family. Because I can tell you, every single one of these students, when we ask them why they're at our courses and going through Tech Moms, it's for their family. It's about providing for their family. It's about creating a better future for their children. And as they come to us, they just don't even know where to start. It can be overwhelming, especially if you think about it. If you've been out of the workforce for 20 plus years or 15 years or even 2 years, things are moving so fast. It is so hard to understand, how do I now navigate this new world? Everybody that's even in the workforce is having challenges navigating it. It is really challenging just to understand where to start. So we help in demystifying and creating awareness of what the jobs are, explaining what they are, and then bringing in professionals. We bring in professionals that are in the industry, that are working as software developers, as UI UX designers, that are in AI automation, that are in sales, technical sales, digital marketing, product management. What's the difference between product management and project management? Quality assurance, data analytics, cybersecurity, right? Like if you haven't worked in this industry, it can be very overwhelming. So we not only explain what these roles are, but we bring in the professionals to talk about their own journey. And I can tell you time and time again, I've heard that is one of the most incredible things about what we're doing. It's not just the technical skills. This is why you can't just go into higher education and this works. You have to understand the pathways in, and it's the see it, be it model of I can see how my journey should go. I can see that she did it, so I can do it. And so they'll talk about how they got into their career, what education did they need, how much money can I make? We talk money. We talk a lot of money because if you're not doing it for the money, I don't know why you're doing it. So we kind of remove some of those barriers. And so we help them find their fit and put them on the path and then support them as they move into higher education pathways. In addition to that, one of the most powerful things is we do teach them to code. We are a hands-on project. They leave having built their own website from scratch within our core programs to be able to say, you know what? This isn't somebody else. I can code. I've got the confidence to do this. I built something. It is a real thing that's tangible, and I did it. And that confidence that is built knowing that they can just learn how to learn is so critical for them on their journey. And some of the stories, I'm going to just share two, and then I'm going to talk about some of the advanced programs that we're running as well. So we've had individuals that come from varying backgrounds, and I'm not going to give any identifiable information because I would say 1 out of 4 of those that go through our program are dealing with domestic violence, financial or economic abuse within the home, emotional abuse, or they're now going through a transformation where they now need to take care of their families. I mean, we're in an economic state where the ideal, one person income in a home is no longer the case. We've got to have 2 people in majority of the time helping support their family. And so they're coming from all over. About 40% of our students are single moms. About 60% are, in a traditional family where they have 2 dual incomes, but they're either wanting to create more economic development for their family and growth, or they're just wanting to be fulfilled and find something new, and they're drawn into these careers. Wherever they're coming from, ages 18 to 88, we've had tech grandmas coming through our programs. It doesn't matter what age, doesn't matter what your prior background is. So you could be their minimum requirement. The only thing we have is you don't have to be a mom, you don't have to be a woman, you don't have to be, all we need is a high school diploma. That's it. And wherever you're at, we will take you and help you move in and find your fit and into these careers. So we help with those transformations regardless of where you're coming from. But if you're coming from some of those challenges like domestic violence, or we've had women that are escaping homelessness, or not escaping, but coming out of homelessness, or they're just trying to find themselves. We have a lot of individuals that will come from counseling and saying, hey, I just need to find something that I can invest myself and build myself in. Regardless of what that is, we see transformations all the time. We had a student that went through our program when we first launched in 2020. And when she went through the program, she said, I want to become a software developer. Okay, let's help you get in. And we actually helped connect her into programs and education paths and found financial aid for her to be able to go and become a software developer. We partner with multiple higher education universities across the state. And in partnership with that, she got her degree. She got into her first job. Now, 5 years later, fast forward, she just got a full-time role as the head AI solution architect at Microsoft. Massive transformation, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. You talk about out of the workforce for 5+ years, going to that type of role, incredible transformation. We've had women that have been in homeless shelters with 2 kids sitting on their lap saying, what is the next step in my life, to then be running web software dev teams. It doesn't have to be software engineering. There are a lot of different roles and opportunities, but the scholarships are the most critical part of what we do and why we're here today talking about the work we do. We are targeting to raise $15,000 to provide 5 scholarships. We don't charge more than $400 to go through this program per person. That means we rely on the kindness of others and these donations to be able to provide these opportunities for those that can't provide it for themselves. And that $3K for each scholarship completely transformed not just their lives, but their kids' lives. You know, often I'll say, if we want to solve K through 12 STEM and get kids in STEM, guess what? Get the moms in tech. That's how we create massive change. And we're doing that work and we're making a huge impact. And we just want to make a lot larger impact for everyone looking to make these transformations in their own life. The one thing that I can see time and time again is that if you want to have a strong workforce and they're making those adjustments, they're the ones that are investing in their time, they're making the change, they're investing in their knowledge. We just need to invest in them. So I'm just asking everybody today, it doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be the full scholarship amount. If you know someone, please share the work we're doing, send them our way. Everybody knows somebody that could benefit from this program. But in addition to that, if you can just even $10, $25, $50, whatever you can afford, I can guarantee it will change lives like no other. And appreciate being here today. Thank you for putting this together. Utah Gives, you're doing incredible work and we're honored to be part of it. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Morton with Trails Utah, and this is
Joe Darton. I'm a board member with Trails Utah.
And we're here to talk about trails. So the video you just saw, it shows off some of our projects. So Trails Utah is 12 years old tomorrow. It's our birthday. And we've built over 60 miles of trails that time. So who was Trails Utah? We are a nonprofit that builds trails in Utah.
Yeah, what's great about Trails Utah is we don't favor any parts of the state. We're not for northern Utah, we're not for the East Bench. We build trails all over Utah for all user groups. Equestrian, bicyclists, trail runners, walkers, hiking trails. Trails Utah is a nonprofit that covers the whole state and tries to favorite Trails Utah trails is Wire Mesa down in southern Utah outside of Hurricane. So you can see that we really try to include the whole state and be inclusive as possible with our trails.
Especially since so many trails, you cross different landowners, different land managers, and everyone has their own goals and priorities. And so Trails Utah can be sort of that outside convener that connects all of these groups with a unifying vision. So,
Yeah.
I mean, a great example of that we're working on right now is the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So when that's done, it's going, I don't know the number, it's like over 300 miles. When it's done, it goes from Nephi in the south, so south of Utah County, all the way up to Idaho. And also, a lot of people don't realize this, a lot of people know on the East Bench, but also on the west side of the valley as well. And
Yes.
we just finished a really important piece.
Right. If you go on the West Bench, you can see actual places where the Bonneville Lake would lap up on the shores of the West Bench. So we are extending the BST, the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, to the West Bench as well. We have 3 great pieces already planned in Harriman. And we're completing another one. The grand opening will be next month for another section of the Harriman BST that we're super excited about. The BST not only honors the Great Lake Bonneville, what created our valley, but it connects communities. And so these trails are great avenues for you to be able to get over to Draper or South Jordan without having to get on pavement. So it's exciting to see the Bonneville Shoreline Trail being expanded, and Trails Utah is going to play a big part in that. They are working on a Bonneville Shoreline Trail toolkit that will aid all communities and all trail groups in building the Bonneville Shoreline Trail in their communities. So we're so excited to be an integral part of that to get this trail completed.
Yeah, just to tell a little bit more about that project, we're working with some partners. We're working with Kenesava Geographics and Trust for Public Land, and we've actually built out a map. So if you're curious about where the trail is now, where it's planned to be, you can actually go to BonnevilleShorelineTrail.org and click on the maps, and you can actually, we were just clicking through it right now, and
Yeah.
I'm planning my weekend of where do I want to go
It's
on the trail.
exciting.
But when you see that map, you'll see there are gaps. So you can't go very far right now. And so we're putting together a toolkit that will help these communities, each community, county, do their portion of the trail and kind of work together. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, and that's an important part. Also, Trails Utah, we're not in tractors with tools on the trail most of the time. What we do is help communities and trail partners plan trails in their area. We've worked with the Forest Service to do the new Silver Lake Trail in the city of Brighton. We've worked with Salt Lake County. We work with Harriman and other communities to get trails in their area done. So we're really, not only do we remove spurge and noxious weeds and do trail work, but we're also very much into planning, and that's why it's important to, I feel, to donate to Trails Utah, because that money gets spread into every aspect of trails. A lot of people don't realize that trails take up to 5 to 10 years to build, and that planning process that comes before the actual moving of the dirt is so important and the biggest part of building trails, the behind the scenes stuff that no one sees.
And since you mentioned Silver Lake, that is actually the first, so far, trail in Utah that is accessible for folks in wheelchairs, anyone with a stroller, anyone with mobility issues. It's the first trail that's the entire trail that you know the entire loop is accessible. And that's really exciting for us.
It is exciting.
With biking trails, we're working hard to build new trails with the standards that are wide enough for adaptive bikes, and also retrofitting older trails.
Right, so Trails Utah built the upper pipeline section that is for adaptive cycles and hand cycles, and that's exciting as we try to bring more inclusivity into the trails that we build and just make sure there's something out there for everyone.
And so one exciting thing that we're doing this year is to host a series of events. So we're not just building the trails, but now we're getting people an excuse to get out on them. So we just had our first community hike earlier this month, and they're free to sign up for on our website if you go to trailsutah.org, and then you can click on the events button. But coming up in May 16th, we have a hike led by two botanists from Red Butte Garden.
Yeah, I'm excited about that one.
Yeah. We're partnering with the Salt Lake City Public Lands. We're doing a cactus planting at Parley's Point, which is one of our trails. We have the group mountain bike ride in June.
We'll be riding on the new BST section in Harriman, and so all types of riders are welcome, whether you're beginning or whether you are on an e-bike with a knee replacement. You're welcome to come to any of our Trails Utah rides.
In July, we're foraging with the Utah Mushroom Society. In August, we're doing a stargazing hike with Salty Star Run Club. And then in September, we're doing bird spotting with Hawkwatch. So we love working with all of our different partners here all across Utah. There's just so many ways we can plug in together and do our part, and we're all fulfilling our vision, but we're working together, and I just love it.
Yeah, I love the Trails community because we really try to support one another, whether we're supporting the Central Wasatch Commission or helping Red Butte Garden or planting, where are you planting?
Parley's Point.
At Parley's Point. We really try to help our community partners, whether that's with building the trails or just maintaining the trails and getting more people out on the trails.
It really is a life cycle, starting with planning just at any given point. We're working to secure grant funding to do trails planting in southern and central Utah. Oftentimes here we get used to having trails up here, but in other parts of the state, outside of the national parks, there's not as many just recreational trails for locals, and so that's something we're really wanting to work on, and working with the local community. So oftentimes there are already plans, there's already interest, and so what we do is bring those players together. So we're planning, then we're building. We have a lot in the works for next year. In 2027, we'll be doing a lot of trail work up in Big Cottonwood. We have the Tri-Canyons plan that was just put out that looks at all the trails in Big Cottonwood, Little Cottonwood, and Mill Creek. And this plan shows what is there, what we can do to sort of make more connections within the trail system. And so we'll be doing a lot of work up there next year. And then there's the maintenance. Once the trail's built, you have erosion, it depends on the weather, what kind of ruts and things can come up with a trail.
Right, and Trails Utah has actually been very a powerful force in just helping maintain the trails. We recently just finished the popular Living Room Trail. What's the real name of that trail? It's called
the Red Butte Quarry Loop Trail.
Quarry Loop Trail.
We don't quite go all the way up to the living room, but it's sort of on its way.
The foothills of that area. So Trails Utah actually received a grant to help to fix up the trail. It had become very eroded, and so Trails Utah spruced it up. So that's a big part of what we do also.
Yeah, and a really important part of that trail that I learned, that's one of my trails when I was a student at the U. That was like one of my favorite trails, and a lot of people don't realize that there's a lot of history up in that canyon with the quarries. So you have actually this historic wall reach out to us. We'll take you up. We'll walk you up there and show you, because once you see it, you can see the quarries that are up there, and you can see where they roll down these massive boulders, and you can still see where it happened. And there was a loading dock, and they would actually bring their horse-drawn carts up to the loading dock and haul the sandstone down to the city to build all of the foundations. But the trail that's there now walks over the wall, and it's falling apart. So we actually consulted with the Utah State Historical Preservation Office of how to better reroute the trail so we preserve this historic resource, and we'll be installing signage to tell more about the history of the quarry. So if anyone's ever wondered, what's that house up there? We'll tell you in the signs.
Yeah, come join us at our events. We'd love to have you, and we have a lot of variety for any kind of trail user.
Do you have a personal favorite trail?
I would have to say a favorite Trails Utah trail is the Upper Pipeline. Derek Thompson built that trail, and while you're on the trail, your mind is blown. How did he build this trail? It's very steep on both sides. It's so fun. It's great for hikers, dog walkers, as well as mountain biking. So to make a trail that is in that kind of a topography fun for all those users was a great accomplishment, and it's just so beautiful. They don't make a candle that smells as good as Upper Mill Creek. And when you're riding on that trail, you feel so much joy. And so I would say our favorite trail is Upper Mill Creek. But I love what we've done with Silver Lake too. It's so beautiful, especially in the fall. You can take grandma in her wheelchair, you can take little kids and enjoy Silver Lake now that we have that accessible trail that we just finished last fall.
That's where I always took my kids right from when they were babies.
Mine too.
They've grown up on that trail.
It's awesome.
So we do have a membership drive that we're starting May through October. And we do have, I thought of it because we do have special perks for, most of our events are open to anybody, but we do have a few events through the year that are members exclusive. And one of those is we're going to be walking along the new Harriman BST with the Trail Builder, with Brody. And he'll be showing us sort of the thought process that goes behind a trail. I was walking it up there. We were up there doing some work on it, and I was just picking his brain, like, how do you do this? You start with a map that everyone has to agree on, but once you get down to you write down like, oh, well, this is an interesting boulder. We'll do the trail around here. Or if there's a beautiful tree. So much of it is planning, and so much of it is almost improv with what you've got there on the ground.
It is improv. But if you become a member of Trails Utah, you can come with us on that members only event. That will be May 30th. And we will be talking and hiking with the trail builder of that BST. This trail builder also did the Awesome Trails in Lodestone. It's a cross-country bike park. So it'll be fun to hear what he has to say about the trails in Utah.
All right, we hope you support Trails Utah, and thank you to Utah Nonprofits Association for planning this day. It's been really fun.
Yes, thank you. Utah gives.
There's people that stand next to you every day and you have no idea what they're experiencing and what they're going through.
I think a lot of people don't realize how often domestic violence occurs or how much sexual violence occurs in our community.
Children that witness or experience domestic violence are 3 times more likely to either be a perpetrator of violence later or to be a victim later on.
CAPSA does stand as a beacon to survivors that you matter and we want to help.
Every train needs to get rolling. That first step has to be taken to make a difference in the world.
For CAPSA, it was just a group of volunteers from the community that got together and said, we need to respond and help survivors of sexual violence. From their living room to what you see today, is based on us listening to survivors and the community and building out services that remove barriers for them and that help them heal. Right behind us is our transitional housing neighborhood. We were very intentional. Everything from the front porches that help create neighborhood to the rolled curb and gutter and sidewalks so that kids could rollerblade and skateboard and ride their bikes in the community. It's really fun to watch these families support each other in their journeys moving forward. We had this vision for this neighborhood and housing.
We kind of want to be a model for other shelters, so we've really focused on helping CAPSA with the transitional housing.
I still get chills when I walk through one of the transitional housing neighborhoods. They're individual homes and they're places that people can call their own, and it's a safe place to be coming from situations that are anything but safe.
A lot of people think, oh, I see a problem, I can solve this. But anyone who started a nonprofit knows that's really, really hard.
CAPSA has a really robust volunteer network, people that serve on our board, but also people that work directly with our clients.
It's so fun for us to see the community as a whole rally around our mission, but more importantly, rally around the survivors that we're trying to serve. I remember a client that came into shelter, had no hope. Later, she came back to share with me that she was ready to graduate, that she was going to get a degree in nursing. And her little 6-year-old boy grabbed her shirt and tugged on it, "Mom, Mom, Mom, when I go to college." And that's one of the things that inspires us. I think about the generational impact that has, and the trajectory of that family completely changed because of the services we were able to provide.
There's opportunities to really engage and be part of something amazing.
Now is the time for the community to step up and to really say, we believe in you, we believe in the services that you're providing in our community, and we want you to stick around.
And we're back. I'm Jill Bennett with Utah Nonprofits Association, and with me is Soraya Taranto. Soraya is going to announce our lunch rush ticket. There we go. Soraya, take it away.
All right, the Lunch Rush ticket winner is the Health Tree Foundation.
Let's hear it for the Health of Trees. We're delighted that you're participating in Utah Gives, and congratulations. Soraya also serves on the UNA board. Soraya, tell us about what about UNA drew you to service.
Absolutely. UNA is not only itself a nonprofit, but it is a nonprofit that serves the whole sector. So the chance to be involved with an organization that is supporting all nonprofits in the state of Utah with resources, with building community, it's such a great opportunity to be able to be a part of an organization that has such broad-ranging impact.
It's really an incredible thing. There are over 7,500 nonprofits in Utah, and sometimes when I think about all those nonprofits all over the state and just the good seeds that they plant everywhere, it's really, really heartwarming.
It's so true. Utah is such a giving state. I mean, the name of today, right? It's so accurate. And it's manifest in how many nonprofits there are in all corners of our state doing such incredible work. And so it's so wonderful to have an organization like Utah Nonprofits Association that they can look to, they can rely on, that can be a convener just to feel that support for the sector across the state.
Well, I've been with the organization almost 9 years, and it's an absolute joy and privilege to be involved in any way. And there are thousands of other nonprofits in Utah, and over 300 of them are participating in Utah Gives. So if you can think of something that sparks your joy, you can find a mission on Utah Gives that is working to create more goodness in the state. So take a moment, review the opportunities for donation, and give an amount that's meaningful for you.
We're here at Columbus Community Center. The adult autism population is growing exponentially. Many face what we call a service cliff, where essentially they age out of the school system and then where do you go?
I feel the pain that they don't have the budget to take care of this population.
Many people who were diagnosed at the age of 2 or 3 are now adults. They are at this critical juncture where you've got to grow into independence and adulthood to the best of your ability. And there's this gap that we at Columbus are trying to fill.
I'm Tia Matheson.
And I'm John Matheson, Tia's proud dad. Tia graduated from the Next Work resident program. It's a 3-year program that teaches young adults with autism how to become independent adults. And it's been fantastic, life-changing.
It was really tough, but I figured I wouldn't belong. But thanks to the coaches, they really helped me break out of my shell.
You've found lifelong friends here.
Yeah.
And she's a successful, independent adult.
The secret sauce at Columbus is sustainability. They've created a model that brings people into their organization, provides employment in a variety of areas, and they're really looking at the entire spectrum.
We're really on the cutting edge.
It's just such a gift. I could just tell you're comfortable with who you are. I mean, if there's one thing that this program did that's more important than anything else, it's just let you become who you are, who you always have been, and be comfortable with that. And that's fantastic.
I do feel like I'm more accepting of myself.
Tia is a fantastic example of somebody who has the capacity to work in the community. She can always fall back on our Next Work program to acquire additional job skills, coaching and the like, but she's a perfect example of somebody who learned to be successful, and those are our greatest success stories.
The rate of dying by suicide in the queer community, it's really high. Could you imagine opening the news to be told over and over and over again that you shouldn't exist?
We as a community did not do a good job of making room, and I wanted to make better room.
Bridging the gap, we know it's life-saving.
I love getting up in the morning. I love working at this job.
Flourish Therapy is singularly the best mental and behavioral health clinic in the state of Utah for LGBTQ people.
We don't turn anybody away for inability to pay for therapy.
I am supporting my father and 2 brothers, living paycheck to paycheck and have no disposable income. Therapy is something I desperately need, but I can't afford it right now.
It's impossible to number the people who have benefited from Flourish and the expertise that they bring.
What therapists and social workers at Flourish understand is that this community is experiencing sociocultural trauma. And so when clients come to Flourish, they actually sit down in a safe space where that's understood.
Could you imagine being a 12-year-old biracial, non-binary kid from Utah County?
They don't have to prove it. They begin to understand themselves better. And every single counselor at Flourish gets that part of it. That's kind of our secret sauce.
As a mama dragon, as a Flourish therapist, the goal is to give people the space to be fully themselves so that they can grow and prosper and have community, but also have love.
Could you imagine your whole life not being cared for? Systemically, fundamentally, even down to the grassroots of your family. And then finally getting this lifeline of like, hey, we see you, we believe in you. The message that sends to people, watching them grow and bloom and flourish, that's the work.
Good as we feel about the fact that we're able to provide at least 400 therapy sessions at no charge or at subsidized rates per month, there are still hundreds of others waiting in line to be able to get access to therapy.
Oh, there's so much need.
A significant infusion into our annual budget would make a huge difference. None of them would be waiting in line.
Everyone deserves to flourish.
I know the people. I can name all of the people, all the allies in my life who allowed me to survive and then to thrive and then to flourish. If I can be a part of an organization that does that for others, wow, what a privilege.
I think with Abel not having his dad around, I didn't really understand it. I think it's been really helpful for him and me both to have that positive role model.
That it makes me realize just like how important this role is. A lot of these youth, unfortunately, don't have much of a community. You know, we hear it time and time again, it takes a village.
The mission of Friends of the Children is to empower children and families through relationships with long-term professional mentors. We disrupt cycles of poverty and adversity by committing to children between the ages of 4 and 6 and walking alongside them all the way through high school graduation.
When we started, you were only 6. I'm excited to see where you go in another 9 years when you graduate high school.
Friends of the Children takes a really innovative and unique approach. Mentors are not volunteers, they're full-time salaried professionals, and we intervene early and commit for the long term. So following children all the way from kindergarten through high school graduation, supporting them for 12 plus years no matter what. This approach works.
One of the reasons why we really have enjoyed working with Friends of the Children over years and years is that they have such a strong way of measuring impact.
Research has shown that we're bringing transformational change to children and families. 83% of the children who are paired with a friend through high school graduation complete high school, although 50% of their parents were unable to finish high school. 93% of the children paired with a friend avoid the juvenile justice system, when 60% of their parents have been involved in the criminal justice system. And 98% of our youth avoid teen parenting, although 85% of them were born to teen parents. These are key protective factors that are going to give these kids a chance.
This is more than a beautiful story. We can see the data that actually shows deep impact in community.
Being able to have that dedicated, caring adult who's going to be with you no matter what, it really can make all the difference.
I think I can speak for a lot of women. It's really hard to heal certain things.
I have so much respect and admiration for just like, this is what I've been through, and it doesn't define who I am. It doesn't determine where I'm going. I've been here for support, but all of that that's all you. I just want to give you your flowers for that. I really appreciate being able to be in your life, in Abel's life, and just to be there for you guys.
We really feel like prevention and addressing problems and addressing trauma upstream, which is exactly what Friends of the Children Utah does, helps put kids on a better trajectory for life.
One of the most essential functions of a friend in a child's life is to help them see what is possible.
What is it that you want to become?
A marine biologist.
Okay, you got this, Abel. Nice, dude. I always want you to know that regardless of what happens, you and your mom, you always have me there for you, and that makes me really happy.
We are short 40,000 affordable homes here in Utah.
There's no opportunity for me to be able to afford a house of my own right now.
Everyone right now needs help.
It's about real people having real issues. People are just surviving because right now it's so hard. So Habitat for Humanity started in 1976. We do new home builds, critical home repairs, exterior beautification, and then we also have our restore.
Because it's like a home improvement thrift store, it has everything low cost, so all of our customers get things at a lower cost, and then all that money goes to buying building materials for low-income homes.
We have helped thousands of people.
I was without a furnace for over 2 years. I was just really struggling. If it wasn't for Habitat, I don't know where I'd be now. Oh, I don't want to say any more because I might cry, but yeah, it was, for me, it was a life-saving experience.
Housing has become so unaffordable now. There's this missing middle, if you will.
I have friends that are all in the construction industry that have built homes and they still can't afford a home.
Police officers, teachers, firefighters, they won't qualify for a home.
Home was always the most important thing, and Habitat provided that for us.
As they pay their mortgage, that mortgage goes back into the programs, reinvested over and over and over. Ultimately, the impact is compounded so many times, it's quite frankly difficult to measure. If we were able to find a large donor, it would break everything wide open. We could start building hundreds of homes. Gosh, it would affect generations. Generations.
The change in climate, I think, is tremendously threatening.
The lake. I'm breathing arsenic.
So we have some of the worst air quality in the world. We all see the haze. We all are aware that it's correlated with all manner of health consequences, from stroke and asthma to Alzheimer's and autism to increased risk of death by suicide, but it's an uphill regulatory battle.
These are things that have profound effects on our children, on our vulnerable communities in particular, but really for all of us.
Very often we're given the impression that humans live above and beyond nature. Nature is what becomes you. You are what you eat, you are what you drink, you are what you breathe. And if you don't believe that, there's a little experiment you can do at home. Just stop eating for 3 weeks, stop drinking for 3 days, or stop breathing for 3 minutes. Life is a process of translating a physical environment into flesh, blood. We all live downwind, downstream. Someone's health is affected by the decisions that we make about what we allow into our air, our water, and our soil. I sat down on my porch steps and realized that I could point to a home where a child had just died of leukemia, a home where a baby had just been born missing a kidney, to a home where a child had spina bifida, and to 3 homes where children were in wheelchairs. And that set off a quest. We started calling ourselves Heal Utah.
Our mission is bringing people into the process of democratic decision-making for their environmental future.
One of the really amazing things that Heal Utah does is community lobbyist training to help teach people how to interact with their lawmakers, to push for these changes and to give a voice to these issues. That's something that I can do that can hopefully help to make a change.
A public outcry convinced our governors to stop depleted uranium because HEAL rallied people to speak up.
Sometimes democracy is decided by the people who show up.
Right now, in this moment, with the attacks on our federal government, the erosion of bedrock environmental laws, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the endangerment finding that allows us to regulate greenhouse gases at all, are very likely to either become weaker or go away entirely. We could be in free fall in terms of how bad our environment could get because we no longer have this baseline. We cannot afford to lose this battle because it means the future of our economy, the future of our children, the future of all of our health. We know that the industry voice is incredibly loud right now, and we need the people's voice to be much louder. Without us, there's no one else speaking up for environmental health with the people power and the credibility that we have in a bipartisan way to be at the table.
That's how it works. We're all in this together, and we all have to help each other and be responsible for each other.
We can't fail because we can't afford to. We need you. We need you to be part of this fight, and we need it now.
Open now until April 30th, and you have time to give this very moment. Hit that button right now at utahgives.org. Every penny counts. It also is this ripple effect. Have you found that it not only helps the organization, but it helps families. And when kids see that parents are giving, it's contagious.
It absolutely is. And it makes families stronger, both the families that give and both the families that receive.
Okay, last moment, Jill. Here's your pitch right now.
All right. Thank you so much for letting us be here. And please visit utahgives.org and find something that touches your heart.
You will find something out there, and you might find several.
Oh, you might find dozens.
Dozens. You have no idea.
300 plus.
300 plus that are nonprofits that really need your help. And they rely on the dollars out there and companies who can support these nonprofits. So thank you both. Best of luck to you, Scott and Jill, of course. This is the time to donate. Check out their website right now. And thanks to the Utah Nonprofits Association for the sponsored interview. Summer.
It's really important for people to give where they live, and that's what Utah Gives does. It's a day for Utah to celebrate the generosity of so many nonprofits and the goodness that they do, and provide a way for everybody to be part of it.
These organizations are unsung heroes, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
They make our community.
They do. They do. They make Utah, Utah. They take care of neonatal babies. They take care of our seniors and everyone and everything in between, all with the shared purpose of making Utah better.
And hundreds of nonprofit organizations are under the umbrella of this giving time.
They are. We have representation from all cause areas. So if you care about pets, there's an organization you can support. If you care about diseases, if you care about cancer, there are organizations that are working on behalf of those missions to help our communities heal.
So many missions out there. And Scott, this is where you come in. Special Olympics Utah. We all know the organization, but we can't do that without the donations. How important is this for people to be generous?
For us, we're serving over 7,000 athletes throughout Utah. So I think, we receive generous support from corporate donors such as Harmons, who is on here shortly, amazing supporter, but their generosity only goes so far to help us provide our services free of charge to the athletes throughout Utah in 17 sports year-round, very community-based. So the giving is important.
It's so important. It's critical. UtahGives.org, an exciting new initiative. And Scott, when you heard that there was something to help and bring that awareness, that must be exciting too.
It's certainly the awareness, but also the financial support is very much needed. As I said, we provide our services free of charge to our athletes, and Special Olympics is known. A lot of people see it as an event, but we are much more than an event. We're a lifestyle. We have so much more than just competition. We have our Healthy Athletes program, our Athlete Leadership program, our Young Athletes. Just this past weekend, we hosted a dance sport competition with over 250 dancers. So all of that is made possible thanks to the generosity of donors.
That support system for the group there and the Special Olympics, and that is just one out of hundreds here in Utah. And somehow you were able to gather them and be part of this initiative. What are you asking people to do?
I'm asking people to give as generously as they can to the missions that they care about. So donations upwards of $5 are warmly welcomed, and there's opportunities for some organizations with a matching fund, so your donation may be doubled. It's a way for you to give, and what we know about giving is it certainly helps the recipient, but it even helps the person who's giving. It lifts joy in our hearts. And so I'm asking people to find a little joy.
Find a little joy today and tomorrow until Thursday, because we are open now until April 30th, and you have time to give this very moment. Hit that button right now at utahgives.org. Every penny counts. It also is this ripple effect. Have you found that it not only helps the organization, but it helps families? And when kids see that parents are giving, it's contagious.
It absolutely is. And it makes families stronger, both the families that give and both the families that receive.
Okay, last moment, Jill. Here's your pitch right now.
All right. Thank you so much for letting us be here. And please visit utahgives.org and find something that touches your heart.
You will find something out there, and you might find several.
Oh, you might find dozens.
Dozens. You have no idea.
300 plus.
300 plus that are nonprofits that really need your help. And they rely on the dollars out there and companies who can support these nonprofits. So thank you both. Best of luck to you, Scott and Jill, of course. This is the time to donate. Check out their website right now. And thanks to the Utah Nonprofits Association for the sponsored interview.
Hi everyone, we're so excited to be here today. I'm Katie Donneville, the Executive Director of the English Skills Learning Center. I'm joined by my colleague here,
Jessica Hercules. I'm the Community Engagement Director.
Jess and I were just reflecting on how we've both been at the ESLC now for, I'm coming up on 10 years and she's coming up on 11.
Just
past 11, yeah, and time flies, but it's also, it doesn't feel like work all the time just because it's constantly evolving and shifting. We're in so many community spaces, and I think we both truly love all aspects of what we do.
Totally.
What do you feel like has changed for the last 10 years? A lot has happened.
It kind of feels cliche to say that the more things change, the more they stay the same. But I do feel like in the last 10 years, we've seen growth in some places and we've pared back in some places. But all the change feels like really positive. And I think a lot of that change comes from our roots, which is as an organization that's really responsive to the needs of the community. And we have always been that way. And that's kind of the origins that I think it'd be great if you want to talk about the ESLC origins.
Yeah, I love this story because it just started in Mary Housen's basement in 1988. She saw a need and started working with people, tutoring, teaching, and then, I completely agree. Just this community responsiveness. We're always looking for what the community needs and trying to really intentionally fill gaps rather than duplicate services. And I feel like we fill some really unique gaps in doing so. So a part of our mission, Breaking Barriers, I think that has stayed the same in the sense that we know with adult education, cost, transportation, scheduling, childcare, those are some of the biggest barriers that people have to participating. And our model is really designed on, we don't want to charge anyone for classes, so they don't pay for enrollment or services. We're out in community locations, partnering with libraries, low-income housing centers, Title I elementary schools to offer classes where people are already going, scheduling classes in the morning and in the evening, and then childcare. Still one that's always a challenge, but we work on it and come up with creative partnerships in those ways. So I really love that the Breaking Barriers is part of our actual model and approach, but we're also taking that so much further now in 2026. We're really looking at breaking barriers in the sense of who doesn't necessarily have the support that they need in a traditional model, even within adult education. So we've been able to develop these specialized programs for emergent readers. I know that's something you're really passionate about. If you want to chat about emergent readers and why that's so unique.
Yeah, so something interesting about the English Skills Learning Center is that about 40% of participants in our program have 6 years or fewer of formal education. And I think that's pretty unique to the ESLC in terms of demographics. So if you can imagine, and if our watchers can imagine, going to a new place, how do you navigate the space that you're in? Usually you're looking at signs, taking cues from those signs, and if you're starting from a place where literacy is not a skill set that you're used to working from, that can be a challenge. So something that's unique to the ESLC is our Emergent Reader program. And I don't know of any other English programs that are nearby that have a program that is dedicated to meeting people where they are in terms of literacy learning. So we have, I don't know how many learners we have in Emergent emergent reader programming?
It's usually about 40% of our learners, and we're averaging serving about 800 people a year. So it's a pretty big proportion of our learners. And I actually, just spending time at national conferences, I have interacted with 2 other organizations across the country that have dedicated programming for that specific student population. So really unique for us to be leading in that area too.
Yeah, and it's something that I think is unique for the ESLC too, is to be, like you said, a leader in that other organizations that recognize that they have emergent readers in their programming come and talk to us about what are things that you're doing, what are things that are working, because that's something that we do really well.
Yeah, just meeting people where they are in any sense. So, and even out of that literacy learning component, we now have even specialized programs for people who are blind and visually impaired who are learning to read and write for the first time in Braille. So just the extent of the breaking barriers and really trying to just make education accessible to everyone. When we think about literacy and language, I think we usually imagine this as a tool to navigate life or enhance workforce opportunities, which it is. But for me, it's also just a place of immense joy. I feel like everybody should have this opportunity to engage with literacy in a way that allows them to have agency in their own learning and read about dragons. Something that gives them the ability to engage in that world on their own.
Yeah, and I think too, something that makes the ESLC's approach unique is, you mentioned the thing that we say all the time, which is meeting people where they are, but also recognizing that it's important to reflect who people are in the classroom. So you mentioned like people might want to read about dragons, like that's for you, that's not for me.
True.
But I had an experience in class several years ago that really like solidified this point to me. There was a new man in one of our English classes. This was in an emergent reader class, and we were talking about careers. And I think sometimes if I grabbed like a packet from, a set curriculum from another publisher, we might see careers being like doctor, lawyer, police officer, teacher, and that's kind of it. But the curriculum that I was working from was developed for literacy learners. It was developed for a multicultural classroom. So around the room, I had posted images of people working in different careers that are accessible to the people in my classroom. So we had images of someone who was a butcher. There were images of someone who was a teacher, and all of that all the way around the room. So going back to this man, there was a man in class, emergent reader class. He was having a tough time being in class, and if you can empathize with somebody being in a new place, I think we can all empathize with being in a new place, not knowing anybody, not being familiar with the language, with the writing system, and that's where this guy was starting. So he had his head down during class, and I tried really hard to reach this guy, and I actually took it kind of personally at the beginning, as a lot of teachers do. But this particular day, when I had these images up around the room, something changed for this guy. He looked at the picture of rice farming. His eyes lit up, and he ran over to that picture, and he's pointing at that picture, and he's getting everybody in the room around like, hey, this is me. And he's telling everybody, and he was speaking in a language that was familiar for him, telling people in the room, this is something that I know a lot about. And I realized how important it was for him to see himself in the classroom and recognize that his skills were valuable. And I think that that's something that we bring to the community that you're not going to find in a published textbook. Those kinds of experiences, meeting people where they are, showing them what their skills are, what they're good at, and that the things that they learned before coming into our class are relevant in the class, and they're important, and that they're bringing something too. And something that we say all the time is, no one comes as an empty vessel, right? Yeah. We're not teachers that are saying like, here, let me dispense knowledge on you, but creating a space where people can learn and people can see themselves and recognize, I have a skill set, I have something to offer, and now I'm going to build on that with what is afforded to me in this classroom. That's really what makes us unique, I think.
I love that. And you touched on so many things within that story too, just that the ESLC is often building our own curriculum to be able to create moments like that. This idea of walking around the class, the curriculum is engaging. It's not a lecture hall. It's really a space where everyone's involved. And that concept of everyone being involved is a core part of how we run things as well, just with this concept of successful integration. And this is a significant part of our mission. It's not just language learning, but it's that communities are stronger when they're successfully integrated. And we believe that that happens when all community members are involved in the integration process. And so this idea that people are truly learning from each other and engaging in different ways, and we do that through providing some different programming and training options for both adult English language learners and adult welcoming community members as well.
Yeah, so when we think about the role of, you mentioned established community members, what we're talking about is the volunteers that come in and teach classes with us. So what an ESLC class looks like oftentimes is a class full of adults that are multilingual. Many of them are English language learners, and we might have 2 or 3 established members of the community who are either lead teaching the class or assisting that lead teacher. And it really is like everyone is involved in that process. Everybody's, we mentioned engagement. People are up and out of their seats, looking at pictures, working together. And that system only works with our model of having volunteers engaged in the classroom. So, and as we talked about removing barriers for participants in our English classes, we've also done a lot of work to remove barriers so that people can volunteer with us too, creating new ways for people to engage with us, not just as lead teachers as it was when I started 11 years ago, but that anybody could come even once a month. They could come and engage with us in some way, whether it's as a teacher or maybe helping out with our social media, helping out with our website, coming in groups to do interview practice with some of our classes. Those are all ways that people can engage with us now that allow for everybody to participate.
Yeah, something I love is just this concept of giving time, talent, or treasure, and those 3 ways to engage with the work. If you have time to give, coming and being in the classroom or coming and helping around the office even. I mentioned childcare before. That's a really significant need for us right now. If you have a specific talent, Jess mentioned social media or board service. These are all ways to give, and treasure on this day of giving is a really significant way. But I also think that because we have this model that is well-rounded, that all community members have to be involved, there are ways that people can engage with us even if they feel like they don't fit those 3 arenas right now. And one of those ways is just by talking to your neighbor, getting to know them. And there are some ways that we can modify our speech as English speakers to be a little bit easier for English language learners with starting those conversations. So do you want to share a few of those?
Yeah, so I'm going to demonstrate this with Katie. We have a verb, take. We know what take means, right? You grab something, you take it. We also know what off means. When we put those words together in English, take off, what can it mean?
Yeah, this could mean so many things. It can mean like an airplane taking off. It can be like leaving work, I'm about to take off. It could be when you're getting dressed and then getting undressed, taking off.
It also mean like rising in success.
Rising,
too.
yeah, I was going to say the ESLC's success is taking off.
That's right.
It can mean so many things. So these types of phrasal verbs have so many meanings, but direct translation, it just doesn't work.
So as native English speakers, those are things that we don't think about, but trying to think about how hard it is to understand what take off or get out or walk around. Those are all examples of things that don't literally mean what they sound like they mean. So thinking about that and simplifying your language, asking yes or no questions.
Yeah,
Another way
right?
Yeah, I know, right? Another way that people can be involved outside, I am sporting an ESLC t-shirt that says Community Over Chaos, and that's something that we are really recognizing as being an important important way to think about things right now. We have other fantastic merch on our website too, eslcenter.org. But also monetary donations are always welcome. And if you want to talk about what an individual gift can mean for one of our students.
Yeah, every dollar breaks a barrier, and I say that truly. The ESLC, we're leveraging funding in a way that 98% of our funds are going directly to programming, and anything is significant in that. With a lot of our funding being government at the time, it puts us in a challenging space. So bringing in new people into the mission to help us do all this amazing work is a chance for us to just get more people involved. So I would encourage everyone tuning in right now, eslcenter.org, connect with Jess or I, and we'd love to get you involved with our mission.
Yeah, thanks.
Every day in the Salt Lake Valley, people are seeking support to overcome significant challenges they face. At Volunteers of America Utah, we are committed to providing resources and services to empower people facing homelessness, addiction, and mental illness. With a team of 360 staff members and over 8,400 volunteers, we are dedicated to creating pathways for personal transformation and long-term stability. Through our behavioral health outpatient clinics, Cornerstone Counseling, and Family Counseling, we provide trauma-informed, evidence-based treatment for individuals and families dealing with mental health and substance use disorders. Our services include counseling, medication management, and personalized support to guide clients through their healing journey. For individuals who need support outside of traditional clinic settings, our 2 assertive community treatment teams deliver care in the community, at homes, or in the workplace for over 150 individuals. This approach ensures that people facing serious mental health challenges have the care they need to live successfully in the community, reducing the need for hospital stays. The need to support those who require more intensive rehabilitation is increasing. In response, VOA Utah opened Ballington House, a residential mental health treatment program for homeless mentally ill men. In addition, VOA Utah's Theodora House and Denver Street Apartments provide permanent residences for people to live in, with 24/7 care and ongoing mental health services from a multidisciplinary team. When it comes to substance addiction, we recognize that the journey to recovery often starts with the most challenging steps. Our men's and women's detoxification programs provide intensive care at the beginning of the recovery journey, offering 30-day residential withdrawal management with recovery assistance, case managers, peer support, and other wraparound programs. These services are designed to help individuals stabilize and gain the necessary tools to move forward on their path to recovery. People who are homeless require multifaceted options provided by VOA Utah's Adult Homeless Services. The Homeless Outreach Program connects unsheltered individuals with essential supplies, medical and legal services, plus shelter and housing support, meeting people where they are to help them move forward. The Geraldine E. King Women's Resource Center shelters 250 women nightly, offers meals, and provides clothing and hygiene supplies. Women also have access to employment support, housing-focused case management, and medical and behavioral health services connections. The challenges of youth homelessness are distinct. Opened in 2016, our Youth Resource Center is dedicated to providing tailored support for young people ages 15 to 22. In addition to safe shelter, we offer case management, mental and physical health services, housing assistance, and access to legal help and mentoring, helping youth develop the skills and resources needed to secure a healthy and stable future. By addressing immediate and long-term needs, we work to ensure that each young person has the foundation to build a better tomorrow. None of this work would be possible without the support of our community, from volunteers to donors to our dedicated staff and corporate partners. Your contributions make every meal served, every counseling session provided, and a step towards stability and recovery possible. As federal funding for critical services becomes less reliable and at the same time homelessness and addiction are on the rise, community support has never been more important. Last year, we served over 8,100 individuals, but the demand for our services continues to grow. More people are seeking help, and more lives are ready for transformation. At VOA Utah, we believe everyone deserves a second chance, a path forward rooted in healing, resilience, and hope. We invite you to join us in making these life-changing transformations possible by donating to our general fund or a program of your choice.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan Worth. I'm a volunteer, I am a development coordinator with Volunteers of America, Utah. What always gets me about that video is the amount of wraparound services that are in place in order to get people the support that they need. I've been here about 1.5 years, and through that video, you saw that our 3 main impact areas are mental health, homelessness, and addiction services. Through our experience, those are 3 very closely related issues, and if you're addressing one statistically, you're very likely to need to address the others as well. So we work across that spectrum to give the people the tools, support, and direction they need to become self-sufficient. Our mission is that Volunteers of America Utah provides community-supported paths for those who are vulnerable to improve their lives and increase self-sufficiency. What I really like about that mission statement is it's pretty specific about our purpose, but it's pretty vague about our process, which kind of allows us to shift and grow to meet the need of the community. And we absolutely have done that. We are celebrating our 40th year this year. We started in 1986 in Salt Lake City with our first men's detox program, and we've been growing to fit the need ever since. We're currently at 9 facilities across Salt Lake County and continuing to grow. So let's meet some of the people that keep this ship afloat. First, we'll be talking to AJ Nielsen. AJ, you are on with the live stream for Utah Gives Day. If you, introduce yourself. How long have you been working here?
Yeah, I'm AJ Nielsen. I'm the Director of Communications here at VOA Utah. I've been here for almost 4 years now.
Very nice.
Yeah.
What drew you to the work that we do here at VOA Utah?
That is a great question. I started out at the Youth Resource Center, actually. I'd been working with youth for quite a while, and I wanted to learn more about those experiencing homelessness. So I snagged a job as a youth advocate there, and I mean, it definitely taught me more than I ever could have imagined. You know, I was blown away by how complex these experiences are and how much support is needed for all of the clients that we serve, and started learning about everything that we do. We offer so many different layered things to really support these people who need it. Just constantly blown away by that, and as well as how people come together to do that together. You know, it's such a privilege to work with so many great professionals that are really invested and passionate about it, but also the community and different organizations and volunteers, you know, folks like everyone with Utah Gives. You know, it really, especially in a chaotic world and it can feel super uncertain, the work that we do together and feeling like you're part of something bigger than yourself, creating a better world together is all I really need. It's a privilege.
Very nice. Awesome, AJ. And what is keeping you here? 4 years is like dog years in nonprofit world. So you've been here close to a decade.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. yeah, just again, seeing the real impact that we have on people who really need it. Feeling hope again. There's definitely been times where I get lost in the chaos and the uncertainty, and to continue to come to work and see change happening, to see positive things happening, and to see real people like truly coming together. It's a reminder I seem to constantly need of, like, community really does still exist, and that we can really create a better world together. I could talk about it all day long.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, AJ, for all you do. We'll go find the next person.
Cheers. Thanks, Ryan.
You can always tell who the communications person is because they speak flawlessly about all of the issues. Let's go see who stocks the bank account. We are coming up to Wendy Toohey. Wendy, introduce yourself for everyone.
My name is Wendy Toohey. I'm the Director of Development here at Volunteers of America, Utah. Thanks for joining us today.
Of course. And Wendy, how long have you been with VOA Utah?
So I am in my 3rd year at VOA Utah. It's been a big learning curve, lots to learn, but it's been a fun ride. I've learned a lot. This is my first nonprofit experience.
What drew you to the nonprofit world and specifically to VOA?
So I was feeling a pull to do something that had more of an impact, something with a little bit more meaning. And it's been an incredible journey just to kind of see all of the hard work and dedication that happens here every single day. I'm just blown away by how hard all of the staff here work to support our clients, who are generally a population that has a stigma or maybe some judgment around. And just the staff are incredible, just open, warm, kind people. Yeah.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Wendy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Moving on to the next person, let's see who the man behind the data is. We are here with Daniel Van de Star. Daniel,
how are you today?
Doing wonderful. Give us a quick overview. What do you do here at VOA Utah?
I am the data coordinator. I manage the big database of all the generous gifts and givers that help us fuel our mission.
Wonderful. How long have you been with the organization?
Less than a year right now.
And what drew you to Volunteers of America Utah specifically?
We have a lot of services we provide, but I think we also create something which is hard to find, and as cheesy as it sounds, that's hope. And you can work in a bicycle factory or a toothpaste factory. I like working at a hope factory.
Well said. Well said. Thank you, Daniel. As you can see, we're prepping for one of our big events coming up, so the cubicle's a bit more of a storage unit at this point. But I hope this little office tour was helpful to see who keeps the ship afloat. There are some wonderful ways that you can get involved. If you're interested in volunteering, you can visit voaut.org and check out our volunteer page for volunteer opportunities, serve at our shelter, help sort out donations, physical donations that we get, or you can visit Utah Gives and search VOA Utah to donate to one of our programs. Wonderful. Thank you so much for having us.
My goal is and has been from the beginning to blanket the world with love, coziness, comfort, and healing. And a blanket can be the beginning of that. When I started Minky Couture in 2009, it was to provide a blanket to my daughter who was suffering and who had asked me to bring her a cozy, soft blanket. When I would visit her and observe the comfort that this one blanket brought to her and several others that were hospitalized, I thought, I need to go home and have several sewn and take those back to the hospital to provide blankets for everybody for comfort and healing. After a while, I was contacted by many people to make more. And that's kind of how Minky was started, and the vision in my head, I thought, possibly could I take this one blanket and make a big company out of it where I could provide love and healing and comfort for thousands and millions of people? That's how it started, but that was just the beginning seed, and over the years I've just seen such a need to provide blankets and comfort to people who are suffering through a loss and even through excited times. Even when you're feeling good, to go home and wrap up in a blanket at night and just enjoy the comfort of, something cozy. It's surreal to me that it all started with one blanket. I'm just blessed because all of my employees have adopted the same passion that I have for Minky. They just jump right on board because they see firsthand it changes lives. When people ask me what my legacy is or what do I want to leave behind for people to remember, I just really want them to remember that we were a company that had a big heart, a company that cared about others, and we didn't just say it, we did something to make people know that we cared about them. We will always be known for that, whether it's a NICU unit or a grieving mom or a grieving wife or a grieving husband. And in happy moments, I just want it to be known as a blanket that gave back, a silent partner to give love and hope. I feel like the honor and the ability to be able to give back blesses me. I love getting the letters and I love getting the stories. They mean so much to me. That's my payback. I just feel so proud and honored to be able to help in this way. We have confidence that it's going to be what it is today and continue through years to come to give back to the community and the world. We're not stopping right here. Excited and honored to contribute $1 million to the NICU unit at the new Primary Children's Hospital on the Lehigh campus. This is such an exciting thing for me and very near and dear to my heart. When I started Minky Couture in 2009, it was literally to provide a blanket to my daughter who was hospitalized. One day as I was leaving after visiting her, she asked me if she could have a soft, cozy, cute blanket. As I observed the healing power, and I don't know, maybe it's just hope that having a blanket in the process of healing can provide to someone that's suffering. I had experienced out of my 26 grandchildren, 8 had had some type of stay in a NICU unit. The thing I observed that hit me the most is walking into a NICU unit where these moms all looked sad and devastated, not knowing from one day to the next if they could close their eyes, if their baby would be awake the next morning. And I thought, we do mini blankets. They're about the size of an incubator. What can I do long term that will give hope to thousands, to give moms that hope that their little baby will come home? Our charitable arm of Minky is called the Heart of Minky. Part of what we do is we send 3,000 to 5,000 minis per month to NICUs throughout the United States. This is a mini. As you can see, it's just the right size for a little NICU baby. Over the lifetime of giving minis to the NICU since 2013, when the Heart of Minky began, my husband and I figured we've given almost 1 million mini Minkies as donations to NICUs throughout the United States.
Healing is much more than medicine. I think we often overlook the environment that we need to create for healing to happen. And part of that is the human touch, the softness of a blanket, an item with you, the smell of a family member that's left behind if they're not able to be there. And that environment in a hospital to enhance healing is so important. The Primary Promise campaign is aimed at strengthening Primary Children's Hospital, addressing emerging health needs in our children, and expanding the excellence in a broad network. We really believe that every child deserves quality health care. This really is about a better future for our children.
When Lisa from IHC contacted Minky Couture, we sat down and met with her, and she presented the vision that they had for a wonderful NICU unit that was state-of-the-art, had everything in it that provided for the needs of the moms and the babies and the privacy. I was excited and honored, and my team, we met together and decided how we would go forward and make this happen with donating the $1 million.
This amazing transformation in our NICU is due in no small part to donations like Minky Couture. With more private patient rooms, more space for families to room in, this new NICU is really state-of-the-art in its design.
Those little babies deserve every little piece of hope they can have, and those parents. And I just think I'm leaving that for my kids and my grandkids and my great-grandkids. And I just feel so proud and honored to do that, to help in this way. It's surreal to me that it all started with one blanket. When we first met with Lisa and decided to donate the $1 million, she challenged us to find a way to involve the community to match our donation. Where there's a goal and a purpose, and especially when children, infants are involved, you just want to help in this way. And so anyone that has a need or a desire that they want to help, I would love them to go to our website, and we have a place where they can help donate. Whether it's $5, $50, it all adds up. My goal is, and has been from the beginning, to blanket the world with love and coziness and comfort and healing. The legacy is just to continue giving back, and we will always be known for that, whether it's a NICU unit or a grieving mom or a grieving wife or a grieving husband. And in happy moments, I just want it to be known as a blanket that gave back, a blanket that joined in your sorrow or joined in your celebration. And this is kind of a surreal moment as I look at the beginning of Minky Couture with One Blanket to our journey to where we are today, to partner with such a phenomenal organization and this Primary Promise that fits perfectly with my vision of Minky Couture. We are just a match made in heaven.
What an amazing story. That is just so cool. Hi, I'm Jill Bennett, CEO of Utah Nonprofits, and with me now is Allie Wood with Minky Couture.
Hi, guys.
Allie, thank you so much for your sponsorship of Utah Gives.
Thank you.
You've made this day possible, so we are so grateful to
Thank you. No, we're thrilled. We are thrilled to be a support of Utah Gives.
And we're delighted to have you. Tell us what led you to get involved with Utah Gives.
So being a part of Utah Gives, it's very meaningful for us. I mean, it's all about community and coming together to support people and organizations who truly need it and being a part of something bigger than ourselves. So I think that's the most important. I mean, many people know us for our soft, cozy blankets,
they are soft.
which are great.
They are really soft.
Just like our hugs, it hugs you back a little bit. But I think what a lot of people may not know about us is our philanthropic arm and how much we're wanting to support the community.
Yeah. So I know you have the Heart of Minky, which is just even a beautiful name. Yeah. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the video that you guys just saw, but I brought a little mini size blanket. So how our Heart of Minky program got started is Sandy had a few of her grandchildren that were born into the NICU, and she wanted to bring something, it's kind of an uncertain time. It brings a lot of fear, a lot of stress to the, the families, the babies, all involved. So she made it a little mini size that has a print print and like our salt on the back. And so it fits right into the incubator for those NICU babies. And so with every purchase, we are able to donate a mini size blanket to a NICU baby, and we donate across the nation. So with all of our customers' support, it's been really special to see it grow. So last year alone, we actually donated over 100,000 mini blankets. And that's just one part, that started Heart of Minky. We donate to American Red Cross. We, even in our own backyard, in our community. So Sandy is very involved, and she's like, the community is most important.
Oh, that is so beautiful. And that's 100,000 families that knew that there was someone who was thinking about them in a really difficult
Right, and it's more than just a blanket, I mean, it brings you that comfort and connection and care during, some of life's greatest moments, but also, some of the most uncertain as well.
So cool, so cool. So we talked about some of the lives Minky Couture has touched, and I know you have a story to share.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so my mom was actually diagnosed with breast cancer when I was 16, and two of her girlfriends gave her a Minky blanket as a gift, during her treatments, and so she took it to every single treatment, every doctor's appointment, and the special thing about it is she still has that blanket today, so she still uses it, and it's now her go-to gift, for people during the best of times, celebrations, and also anyone that's going through, any illnesses or they're suffering in any kind of way. So just like it here at Minky, we say it's more than just a blanket.
It's comfort. It's absolutely comfort. So thank you. And as part of your sponsorship, you're doing something called Cozy Cash Drop.
We are. We're very excited. So get ready, everybody. Minky Couture, we're turning up the comfort and we're turning up the impact tonight. So from 6 to 7 p.m., we're proud to sponsor our Cozy Cash Drop, where we'll be giving back in a very big way. So $500 each to 5 incredible nonprofits that are making a difference in our community. So we're very, very excited. So make sure to tune in.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So Minky Couture, we are so grateful to them for their support today and for the work they do in our communities. If you feel touched by some of the stories you've heard, you might see a nonprofit that cares for our NICU babies or cares for people experiencing diseases. So look at the 300 plus organizations on Utah Gives and maybe make a meaningful gift.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith Haar. This is Sammy White, and we are representing the Single Moms Mindset Development nonprofit. It is a 501c3. And just a little background on how it got started. About 35 years ago, my father, who is in real estate, felt like impressed to buy a mountain, and so he purchased a ranch up by Fish Lake, Utah, and that, you know, he developed that, and it became kind of a really fun place for our family. But he always felt like that it had more purpose that it should be used for. And so over the years, he's just put a nice lodge kind of cabin up there and some bunk houses and things like that. And at the same time, about 35 years ago, I got out of real estate and moved into teaching religious education, and became a religious educator for youth and young single adults, or young adults. And I did that for 30 years, and about the same time as Dad started buying this ranch. At the same time as that happened, my brother, he's just a year older than me, John, began to be a coach for real estate agents. And so for 35 years or so, he coached agents and has been trained and spent a lot of time and money in learning to coach people. Well, bring it all back together again, and after I retired from religious education, I did not want to just retire to golf or just do nothing with my life, and so I suggested that we get together and talk about what we might do to be able to help other people in some way. So we went up to the ranch. We all got sticky tabs. We started writing down ideas, homeless, families, troubled youth, whatever it was we could come up with. And at the end of the meeting, after we had probably 30 or 40 different ideas, my dad said, you know what, we really should help single moms. They are the ones that are in need the most. And so we decided that was going to be our focus. And so that's kind of the beginnings of that. That was about 5.5 years ago. And Sammy was she was our very first group that came up with us.
Yeah, about 5 moms.
And we really weren't doing anything to benefit them at that time. It was mainly to find out, what do single moms need? And as I was leaving and Sammy was getting ready to go home, she looked over and she said, Keith. And I said, what? And she said, I really feel called to help with this program. Can you use me? And we were like, well, of course. And so she became our first employee and only employee. And so Sammy is our administrative assistant, and she has been doing an excellent job with that so far. So we've learned a lot over the last 5 years. It is a Christian-based program, so I know sometimes that's offsetting to some people, but we're not going to change that. That's our focus, is to try to bring faith in as well as mindset, and therefore we developed this Christian-based single moms mindset development, and that's kind of how that we got started. And now I'll have Sammy just talk a little bit about how it works.
Yeah. So it's such an amazing program. What we really do is we host 2 transformational retreats every year that are completely free, invited. All single moms are invited. And at these retreats, we have workshops, we have networking opportunities. We give the moms a chance to just relax and really connect and have somebody hear their story. They've been through a lot. And so we host one retreat at the Haar Family Ranch, which is amazing. It's a beautiful property. They do like a really long hike in one of the mornings, and the moms love that, to climb the mountain and feel like they've, achieved something, and it's amazing. And then we host another event in January where we usually find a cabin somewhere up in Heber, and it's more for the moms who've attended the retreat before to just come back and have a place to reconnect. And again, we do like workshops and mindfulness practices and goal setting. But the part that's like really transformational is in between the retreats. We host these weekly mastermind groups where we have the moms gather in groups of 4 to 5 with a trained coach, and that's where they get to set goals. They read different books on how to help their lives, financial resources, time management, everything, and then they just have a place to talk, set goals, have accountability, and build that friendship that lasts a long time. So a lot of our moms have stayed in these mastermind groups for 4+ years every week. It's all about the commitment too. And some of these moms, you would just be amazed. Some of them have, they started with a savings goal, like I'm going to save $5 a week, and now they've been able to purchase their first home. We've had plenty of moms who've gotten through their bachelor's degree, their master's degree. We have one mom in Las Vegas who's now running for office. She's like, I want to be a politician, and now she's doing it. And it's just amazing, and it truly is so inspiring, because you hear some of the stories and they just feel isolated and hopeless. And that's what we try to do, is remind them that with a positive mindset and strong faith, that you can really achieve miracles if you believe in yourself and you have a community to help you. So it's been amazing.
Just to add real quickly, I think the biggest strength of this program is its ongoing nature, and we are happy to have somebody for the rest of their life join us and stay with us, and it is 100% free, as we've talked about before. We've presented to a few groups before, some religious groups, some otherwise, and there's always been this reticence about, I'm sure you're profiting somehow from this, and there is absolutely zero profit for us. We really do want to make a difference and help moms and help the next generation. As these moms develop, that helps them to prepare for helping their children as well. So I think that's the main thing, is that this is not a one and done. It's an ongoing and a strengthening thing, and we hope they'll just stay with us for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and I think we have a video that has some testimonials for the moms.
Yeah.
You can see.
Divine intervention, just like in multiple different places to get me to this retreat.
I need something. I've got to stay on a path to continue to improve.
And I had signed up for this through a friend that had kind of told me about it.
I had watched my friends doing it for a year, and I went, oh, well, I need to be a part of this.
I spent a lot of time just feeling depressed and sorry for myself, and I was desperate for something, for some help, for a community, a support, something.
One of the reasons that I come back is because I came the first time because I had watched people grow. So I came to be the person to inspire other people to come again, so I could go, everybody needs to come, and bring your friends, and everybody needs to come to this.
I was looking for something, for help, for support. I found the support and the help and the community that I was looking for. So in a sense, I found my people.
You need more than just cheerleaders in your life. You need more than just people who support you. You need people who, or I need people who hold me accountable and keep kicking me in the butt. I love the mini habits and taking those bite-sized pieces. That is something that it makes so much sense.
I was starting to see changes in my life happen for the first time, and so like actual lasting changes that lasted longer than like a couple weeks.
I've learned to open my mind to what I can do.
For me, it's just knowing that I have the power in me to do whatever.
This is pushing me beyond what I thought were limits, but it's pushing me beyond boundaries that I had set for myself, thinking that's too hard, I can't do that.
I graduated with my bachelor's degree in elementary education.
Because of this program, in November, I got a job, full-time HR. I'm getting my SHRM certification before my bachelor's. I'm getting it on July 10th. That's when I take the test, so we're getting it, folks. But here's the thing. I'm not happy with that anymore. I'm getting my master's next year.
So to wrap up, just to reiterate that this is 100% free for the moms. We did not want to put a burden on them in any way. It has been funded mostly through a family estate, and it costs approximately $540 per mother to be with us each year. And we are expanding quite a bit, and a lot more moms have been coming, and we are looking for donations, and anybody that would, like to help out with that, we invite those donations. Anything else, Sammy, that you can think of?
No, I hope that this reaches people who feel called to help single moms. Like we've said before, the moms are true heroes of the world, and they affect the future generations to come. So your donation makes an impact not only in their lives, but their children's lives. And thank you for Utah Gives for hosting this event. We're really grateful to be here. And yeah, thank you.
Contacting, that's,
oh yeah.
I guess, to go online, we have a website there. It's helpingsinglemoms.org. That's helpingsinglemoms.org. And you'll be able to find out all the information, register for the events, make donations, all that can be done on that website. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Project Connection is a mental health organization where we are piloting one of the first social prescribing programs in the United States.
They take the therapy out of the therapy room and bring it out into the community.
We walk through it together so they can build sustainability, what their goals are, dreams are, and aspirations. We also do referrals, so hospitals know who we are, schools know who we are, and different agencies, they know to direct you out here to Project Connection as well.
With the social prescribing, the idea is we're not defined by the trauma that we're in. We're defined by the whole self.
How can we really enrich your life, You care so much about people, and that's why we got you involved with Cakes for Kids. I realized, okay, Maddie cares a lot about people, and you love helping people, and Cakes for Kids was a great way to do that.
You're the one that does the cakes. Oh, you're kind of popular around here.
You actually made my daughter's cute little cake for me.
Oh, that's right.
You made a memory for my child because we were grieving the loss of her father.
This whole being around people is fairly new to me. I was in a bad place, and I feel like a completely different person.
She makes a difference with people in the community she doesn't even know. That is the true identity. We're going to prescribe connecting with people through making cakes. Those kind of natural connections are what make people healthy and whole.
All I know is that I wouldn't be here. I've worked hard. I've done a lot of soul searching, and Maddie just give me a comfortable place to. She's amazing, and I'm in such a better place now. Amazing, more than any in my life, and I think she can attest to that.
I would firmly debunk Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where connection is 3 tiers up. Being able to connect is how you find housing. It's how you find food. Bees need a hive and humans need a tribe. Where the money is being spent is on crisis. We're not talking about all of the things that make us well. Those are the best and the most economical.
We have all these referrals from therapists, but we can only do as much as we can fund. We are looking for partners who understand that we need to focus on belonging
Hi, my name is Gwen Schuster, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at the Humane Society of Utah. And today, joining me is Mariposa. We'll tell you about her story in just a minute, but I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Humane Society. The Humane Society is a nonprofit private animal shelter here in the state of Utah. We serve the shelter throughout, so we have a couple of low-cost spay-neuter clinics, one located in Murray, Utah, and another in St. George. So we are serving the whole state of Utah. And the services we provide at those clinics are low-cost preventative care to the community. So vaccines, microchips, spay-neuter surgeries, all of that good stuff to keep pets healthy. Last year, we spayed and neutered just over 123,000 animals, and we vaccinated just over 12,000. We also do adoptions as what we are probably known best for, and we adopted out just under 7,000 animals last year. But a lot of the animals that come into our care often need extra love, attention, care, and Mariposa was one of those dogs. When she arrived in our care, she only weighed 5 pounds due to neglect. She was unable to walk. She did not have the muscle to support herself. But when she came in, she just had so much life left in her eyes, and we wanted to give her a chance. So we did that and put her into foster care, where she was literally carried around for the first few weeks that we had her, because like I said, she couldn't walk. We had to hand feed her, get her back to health, but with the right love and care, she did make a full recovery. All her fur grew back in, she just looks a lot better, but we can't provide those services to animals without the support from community members like you. So we are very appreciative to anyone who wants to jump on today and donate to the Humane Society of Utah. Like we said, all the proceeds go to help animals throughout the state. Another one of our programs we have is a transfer program. So while our animal shelter is located in Murray, we work with shelters throughout the state of Utah, all the way down to southern Utah, out to Vernal, Uinta, and even up north as far as Logan or Weber. And what we do is we work with some animal shelters that may not get the same kind of foot traffic or have a large amount of adopters, and we transfer in those animals from that shelter to our shelter to help find them homes. Last year we transferred in just over 1,500 animals. We'll also provide some of these animals medical care if they are at a shelter that cannot provide that for them, and then we get them healthy and ready for adoption. We have also a lot of other programs that help community members keep their pets. So one of these programs is called our Last Litter program. If you have a mama dog or cat who has recently given birth, maybe it was a whoops litter, or maybe they've had a couple of litters and you're ready for them to stop making babies out there, you can bring your dog or cat into us. We will spay or neuter them, and when the puppies are 8 weeks of age, or kittens, you can bring them to us as well. We give mom back to you, and we keep the puppies and kittens, and we make sure they get spayed and neutered and that they're ready for adoption after that. Mariposa, she's such a good little girl. She's just so happy. We rely really heavily on fosters and volunteers as well. We like to get involved with the community and have them involved with us. So last year, our volunteers put in just over 23,000 hours, and we're very appreciative because we wouldn't be able to help as many animals without them. And fostering, like Mariposa, I said she was in a foster family. Our foster family's taken a lot of the medical cases. They take in the puppies and kittens that are not old enough or ready for adoption. Sometimes they're with mom dogs or cats, and sometimes they are without. We recently just had a litter of 10 puppies come to us where the mom decided she did not want to take care of them. So we had 5 foster families take 2 puppies each to bottle feed them, and we just had their little reunion of them all meeting back up before they were put up for adoption last weekend. So there's lots of ways to get involved, but again, we really rely heavily on those donations. So any contribution, even just $5 helps us out. Whatever you can give helps the animals in our community, or also just helps keep people with their pets. If you'd like to view our adoptable animals, you can do so by visiting utahhumane.org/adopt. We get new animals in every day, so it updates quite regularly, or you can just learn more about our other programs that we provide for the community. And I think that's all we have today.
When you hear Humane Society of Utah, what comes to mind? Many community members think of our adoption center, where individuals and families can come to adopt loving pets. We are so proud to provide adoption services for our community and to place pets in loving homes. But did you know that the Humane Society of Utah is more than an animal shelter? We are so excited to tell you a little bit more about our Pet Resource Center and the many programs we offer.
Our low-cost veterinary clinic in Murray provides spay, neuter, vaccination, and other preventive care services at an affordable price. Vaccinations, microchips, and canine heartworm testing are available on a convenient walk-in basis 6 days a week.
They say it takes a village, and we know just how true that is at the Humane Society of Utah. Our foster volunteers open up their hearts and homes to some of the most vulnerable pets in our care, helping us make a difference in the lives of over 2,000 pets each year.
We believe that educating younger generations is the key to ensuring better lives for animals in the future. Our Humane Education program offers visits to schools, seasonal kids camps, birthday parties, and more, offering opportunities for young animal lovers in our community to get involved in animal welfare.
We are thrilled to announce that our Murray Clinic now offers wellness appointments 4 days a week. Through regular physical examinations and lab tests, we aim to proactively safeguard your pet's well-being, identify diseases early, and minimize the risk of more costly medical interventions.
We are dedicated to providing each animal who comes through our doors with the highest standard of care. The Humane Society of Utah's animal care team works hard to make sure each of the pets in our sheltering program are receiving proper nutrition, plenty of enrichment, and of course, lots of love while they wait to meet their new families.
At the Humane Society of Utah, not only do we place pets in homes through adoption, we also work hard to keep existing pets and people together. Through our pet retention program, we are able to provide resources to help pets stay with their loving guardians rather than ending up in a shelter.
The Humane Society of Utah offers a trap, neuter, return program called Community Catnip. Our TNR program helps keep populations of unowned, free-roaming cats under control and keeps existing community cats healthy through spay, neuter, and vaccination.
Our community of wonderful and dedicated volunteers have donated more than 20,000 volunteer hours each year. Our volunteers work side by side with our staff to save more than 7,000 animals per year. Our volunteers make HSU who we are each and every day.
The Humane Society of Utah works closely with different shelters and organizations throughout the state and across the country to transfer animals into our facility. This creates space in overcrowded shelters and greatly decreases the strain on their resources. On average, more than 1,600 pets are transferred from HSU yearly through our transfer partners.
We hope that you've enjoyed learning about our organization today. The Humane Society of Utah is so much more than an animal shelter. We are a resource center for pets and the people who love them. We also hope to see you around HSU very soon.
How much of the therapy you or anyone you know has received has something to do with the things that happen in childhood?
100%.
If you would have received that therapy in childhood, would that have made a difference on like the trajectory of your life and all, do you think?
Of course, I think so. Yes, 100%. As parents, we are not taught how to be parents. I think it would be great having somebody give you the tools that you may not know how to give to them.
There aren't many organizations that offer mental health services to young children. Still, as an adult, I react to certain things because of my childhood. And I was thinking about my daughter and how much she had been through by the time she was 3. I got adopted by Athena from the foster system. She's my world. A few months ago, my husband told me he had been molesting Athena. He's been in jail since that day. We're now divorced. Athena has lost another parent, and she has a lot going on in her little heart. Every parent wants to feel like they can help their child. As a parent, I may not have all the answers, but I know how to find answers.
The Children's Center Utah focuses on providing treatment to children ages birth through 6 in a family setting. That is what makes this work so beautiful. Working together, whether they're having challenges with their behaviors or their big feelings, no matter what they have experienced, we have the right tools to address those challenges.
It should be just as common as going to the dentist.
This is the answer.
There are a lot of kids every day that get beaten down and feel a little bit less of themselves. And it doesn't matter where you live or what your income status is or where your child goes to school. Life is really hard, and it throws us some curveballs. And it may not be impacting your family right now, but it is impacting someone else that you love. People need to know where to find help, and the Children's Center helps.
Young children's mental health has a very large return on investment, and at the end of the day, that's a wise investment.
Strong mental health in our earliest years forms a foundation for success for children later in their lives when they become youth and adults. This can literally change the trajectory of their lives.
Food Home is more than a shelter, much more. It's a path to self-reliance for families, individuals, and veterans in Utah who are experiencing homelessness. And it works. More than 80% of the Road Home residents participate in our programs for less than 6 months and then never experience homelessness again. Here's how we do it. On any given night in the Salt Lake Valley, the Road Home provides housing, including emergency shelter, to more than 1,500 individuals and families. That number includes not just adult men and women, but children of all ages and many of our veterans. While some of the people seeking shelter are battling serious mental health challenges or addiction, 40 to 50% are currently employed, but are experiencing homelessness because of the lack of affordable housing in our community. The burden of medical expenses, debilitating health conditions, or other factors. When these residents reach the Road Home, they're given food, shelter, hygiene supplies, and other necessities. The Road Home allows mothers, fathers, and children to stay together as a family unit, supporting each other the way only family members can. In addition, residents are given access to the Road Home's myriad of support services. Our case managers work tirelessly to help residents overcome the barriers causing them to become homeless. Our staff members and partners also ensure that the hundreds of children sheltered by the Road Home continue to attend school and receive an education. It's the efficiency and effectiveness of the Road Home programs that have earned us Charity Navigator's highest rating for 19 straight years. This 4-star rating is given to charitable organizations that demonstrate a strong commitment to accountability, financial health, and transparency. But none of this is possible without you. The Road Home depends on local financial contributions to continue our mission to end homelessness in Utah. So we work hard to keep administrative expenses low. And today, all of those overhead costs are covered by generous grants from family foundations. That means 100% of your contribution goes to support the Road Home residents. And when you donate to the Road Home, you're not just providing temporary relief. You're contributing to a solution that puts individuals, families, and veterans on a path to self-reliance and long-term success. Please join us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you so much for being here for this incredible day. We are just honored to be here from the Road Home amongst all our incredible nonprofit partners across the state of Utah who are really just the heart and soul of our community. And we are thrilled to be here on this first annual event to talk a little bit more about the Road Home. My name is Michelle Flynn. I serve as the CEO at the Road Home, and I've been doing this work at the Road Home for a little over 30 years. I have a colleague with me.
Not 30 years. I'm Sarah Nielsen. I'm the Director of Communications. I've maybe been here 30 days. Well, actually, 3 months, right?
3 months. You got a t-shirt.
Oh, I did. I got a t-shirt. This isn't it.
Here at the Road Home, we actually have been here in the state of Utah for over 100 years, helping people end their homelessness. Families with children, men, women, veterans, going from providing emergency shelter only to really expanding and having more people in our housing programs and in our shelters on a given night. For us, the core of our mission really is helping people back into the community and back into the Road Home. So we thought we'd talk a little bit about our agency and our programs, and I'm going to add a little bit about what I've seen happen over the last 30 years, and then we'll turn to Sarah and get some of her impressions as a newer employee.
So when you say 30 years, you mean 30 years not in the industry, but 30 years at the Road Home?
At this agency.
That is so impressive. I don't know if I ever really stopped and thought about that. That's incredible.
I never thought I would be doing this for 30 years, but we were actually at an event last night, Utah Housing Coalition, celebrating the incredible housing partners in our state and honoring an incredible individual, Wayne Niederhauser, who served as the state homeless coordinator for a lot of years, and we were talking about, with Wayne, about the impact of working in this industry, and it's the people that you meet, the individuals that we're serving that are working so hard to overcome their homelessness. It's the staff members, our team members, it's the volunteers and our board members who are just the most incredible people in the community to devote their time to this work. And then our sister service providers, just incredible individuals. And that's why we stay doing it. And as Wayne was saying, you can't imagine what his life would be like without spending these years engrossed in helping end homelessness.
Well, I have to say, I did have the pleasure of working with Wayne for 5 years at the state office and supporting him in his efforts, and it was incredible watching him grow. And I think it was him learning from all the service providers like yourself, and also he was volunteering every Friday night and actually taking an account of what people are experiencing and really listening to them. So I think watching him fall in love with the work has been really special.
And that direct connection is incredibly important. I know many people wonder if we're making progress or how they can help us make progress in ending homelessness. And there is a way for everybody to help. We have homeless resource centers. We operate in 4 different cities in Salt Lake County. We have 3 supportive housing programs that we operate also in Salt Lake County. And we have thousands of volunteers that come through our programs every year and do everything from helping to serve meals, helping to sort donations to make sure that people have those basic needs, that we can find the individual the right size pants, or that we can immediately go and get that package of diapers that mom couldn't afford before she showed up at our front door. That's because of the generosity of the community and the volunteers that come in to help us.
Well, and that was so impressive for me to see, because I've worked with so many providers across the state, and seeing what your supply room looks like, because people are actually donating and dropping stuff off at every center. I've never seen so many people giving, and it's incredible to see that they are giving money, they're giving time, they're giving supplies. In fact, I was almost late to this because somebody in the community dropped off a baby pack and play.
Oh.
And so I had to run grab it from their car, because people are just always looking for ways to help. And obviously money is a good way to help, but if you've got an extra pack and play, I mean, that was great today.
We always have updated needs list on our website that is refreshed. It provides opportunities to use your Smith's card or to donate when you buy something on Amazon.com. There's a way for everybody, and even for a lot of people, entry into this space of helping us is simply doing a donation drive or being part of a donation drive in your community. And everyone's got some extra blankets and towels that they're not using in the back of the closet that they can bring on down, and then think about volunteering.
Where should people bring that down? Because people drop it off at my house, and my garage is getting a little out of control. So maybe we should.
They can drop it at Sarah's house.
Absolutely not. Please don't drop anything else in my house. I'd like to stay married this year.
Yes, any of our locations, but we do have specific locations with hours where we have volunteers scheduled. So if you go to our website, which is theroadhome.org, it will tell you those locations and give you those addresses of where you.
My address will not be listed there. Please go to the shelters.
No, that's what happens though when you work at the Road Home.
Oh, I know.
The neighborhood finds out, and you come home and there's something sitting on your doorstep.
Do you know how many? I made one quick mention that one of our shelter residents at the MVP didn't like the books I was donating.
Oh.
He wanted his own special books, really just sci-fi and fantasy, which is something I don't know anything about. And I just made a quick post about it on social, and now I have 200 books I need to take in. So the community really cares.
And we couldn't do it without the community. We couldn't do it without our staff. Our staff are the most dedicated, incredible, really the heart of our agency. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, being there on site at our facilities to make sure any time of the day that someone needs something, we're there to help and provide that safety and security. Our incredible case managers who are helping people figuring out their budget and increasing their income and finding a place to live and working with landlords. It's, a complete program that really builds up those strengths. That's what our team does.
Well, and seeing it firsthand has been absolutely incredible, because I worked adjacent to you all for 5 years, and so I knew what you guys were capable of, but coming on site and being a staff member, I am blown away by
What were some of the most surprising things you learned?
Do you really want to know this?
I maybe don't, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll do data first, because I had no idea how many people you served in housing. Obviously, I know the impact of your shelter nights and how many different populations you serve and how many facilities you have. Oh my gosh, I'm a we now. Yay. That we serve. But now I realized how many people we serve in housing. Just absolutely incredible. I don't know the number off the top of my head. Please forgive me, 3 months, like I said. But it's an incredible amount. And it's not just people in housing, but you're putting money into the economy by helping pay rent and working with landlords and the whole housing program. That was so fascinating to see and learn about. And I'm just barely learning because there's so many things. Another thing I learned was how much we do for veterans. And that one melted my heart. Like, we do the most for veterans in Salt Lake County, and that was really incredible to hear. And then just seeing the little stories of how people go, every staff member goes above and beyond for people in shelter. And in fact, I have a story. I am now part of those people because I was at a town hall at the MVP, and where residents are invited to talk about what they want to see happen at the shelter and things that they need. And someone asked for a sound bath.
A sound bath.
A sound bath. So I have started learning how to, I don't even know the proper words for it, but I'm doing a little sound bath.
You just bang it with
I'm
the
banging
thing
it and learning it and trying to make it peaceful and not clangy. And I'm going to go do a sound bath for this woman.
I love
because
that.
I've watched how all your other employees are so giving of their time that I needed to be part of it.
And what a fun thing to do, like bringing that calm and meditation to that space.
Well, and for me to bring some calm, I am thrilled. It's going to be fun.
Maybe you'll start doing it at home too.
Maybe.
just for
That would be
yourself.
amazing. New hobbies.
Let's talk about our MVP program, because you mentioned that.
okay.
I know people don't get the acronyms outside our internal jargon here, but we have a facility that's particularly for older adults and people with high medical vulnerabilities, and it's an incredible partnership. I can't emphasize enough how important these partnerships are to the road home. We are not the be-all, end-all. We're not going to do every single thing or be able to bring every resource and be experts in everything that the folks that come to us need help with. So for this particular program, our partners at Shelter the Homeless own the building and take care of the facility, and we have a strong partnership with 4th Street Clinic, who are just incredible organization. Full-time staff from 4th Street Clinic, nurses, EMTs, medical case managers on site at this program. Our staff there, case managers, housing staff, 24/7 staff, and together just working community-wide to get referrals for people who are experiencing homelessness, who are older adults and have medical vulnerabilities, and really assessing who's right to come into that facility from the get-go. Having a medical care plan and having a housing support plan working in conjunction with each other has been an incredible, incredible addition to our.
Well, and knowing why you started it. So when it opened, I think it's been almost 2 years because I had an event there right as you were opening, but knowing that the reason you opened that facility and that program was because we're seeing more seniors experiencing homelessness than ever before. So I love knowing that the Road Home steps up and we take care of what needs to be happening in the community and the people that we need to serve. It's incredible.
Like in our general community, older adults are the largest growing population, and there's different needs there. So we're partnering with different organizations to make sure that we're getting those needs met for older adults, and their housing might be more focused on senior housing and subsidized housing that they can afford on a retirement benefit or a disability benefit or something like that. So really, like always, I think for the Road Home, we're always looking to see what are those gaps, and is it our role to fill it, and if so, we're going to embrace it and fill that gap.
Yeah, and it's just no senior should be left without a bed at night, and I love that the Road Home has stepped up and made that happen. Every time I go to that facility, my heart explodes because knowing that we solved that need. It's incredible.
And it's things like that that make me think about what it looked like 30 years ago when I started in this work, and we had one shelter for all the populations, and the more I worked there, the more I recognized we can't help everybody who comes in this door in the way that they need it. And to see people coming in who are 70, 80 years old, and people in wheelchairs, and people with serious medical situations, trying to, work with 4th Street Clinic, get them down to the clinic. That is so challenging when you're experiencing homelessness, to be in a shelter, to be in a congregate shelter, to be unsafe from contagious diseases in a different kind of way. And so really, it is so heartwarming that we have this facility where it's a converted hotel and people can have more isolation and then, of course, more support. So
and privacy to live their life and to get healthier and better, and it's meaningful to see.
Yeah.
And so donations that people give go to programs like that, correct?
Absolutely. Donations to all the organizations that are involved in today's activities and donations to the Road Home, that's what helps us. It helps us fill in those gaps and meet those specific needs that families and individuals have. It helps us have the staff there and be able to pay our staff 24/7 and help individuals and families move out, which is really our goal.
That's the goal.
We know that we need shelter, and we will provide robust shelter services, and we want people to get out and get back into their own home and not be there any longer than they need to be.
Well, and I think that's an important thing to talk about is the flow in the shelter and then the flow out of the shelter. So it's really good to see that we have teams helping people with what's next in life.
Absolutely. Yeah. And talking a little bit more about that partnership component that's so important. I know that we have lots of partnerships, including many of the people that are involved in today's activities, and we're always looking for more partners to provide the services, but also look up theroadhome.org and come on down and volunteer, because there's never a better experience than that.
And also, please donate. Donate what you can, donate things at home. We need your help.
Donate online today.
Society has hidden disability. We're human, and we deserve to be out in the world too. Hi, I'm Greg, and I'm a Wasatch ambassador. I make disability advocacy content on my social media.
Wasatch Adaptive Sports is an organization and a community that is really helping to get people out into the world and exercising and experiencing everything from cycling, skiing, to paddling.
I don't think people understand the cost of living with a disability. Disability affects so many more people than we realize, and there is no limit to where disability can touch.
Being able to get outside with Wasatch Adaptive Sports is so unbelievably empowering for our family.
Wasatch Adaptive gave me my life back because they gave me a purpose. One little thing kicks off a cascade of life.
This matters a lot. It's about the community, it's about the mental health aspect of it, and it's about inclusion.
For every one of me, there has got to be 5 or 10 people out there that are trying to figure out what to do and how to live. I have tried more possibilities just because of these folks, what they started.
Most of the people that Wasatch Adaptive Sports serves, all of those services are all done on scholarship. There are so many financial barriers that WAS takes away.
You can't be trapped inside every day of your life. You have to get outside.
We all live in our devices, and we often don't have those in real life experiences. So a nonprofit that can provide those kinds of experiences, there's such a benefit.
We are all human. Wasatch Adaptive Sports needs to exist so that we're not stuck inside.
Movement is medicine. People really start to come alive again. They start remembering who they are.
Welcome back to Utah Gives. This is Saru Ramanan with Utah Nonprofits Association. We're just chiming in with an exciting little update. Happy to announce our 3 p.m. Treat Yourself Golden Ticket winner is Thanksgiving Heroes SLC, and they were supported by a donation from Rich Jurasek. So really excited, congratulations, and let's keep the momentum going. We're at $433,000. Let's keep the donations coming, and let's make today even more successful. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. I want to tell you how much the Utah nonprofit community means to me and how much it should mean to all of us. We have such incredible nonprofits across our state that are truly helping the most vulnerable. I have the incredible opportunity to gather nonprofits every quarter where they can learn from each other, we can learn together, and we can do better. Utah Gives is such an incredible opportunity, and I would ask each of you to find a nonprofit, find a sector, find an issue that you care about, that you want to give to, that you want to follow along or maybe volunteer with. I will tell you, as I have volunteered with my family, as I have showed up in the nonprofit community, there has been nothing that has been as rich and as wonderful and as exciting as helping nonprofits, helping them to do better, helping them to reach more people. Although Utah is such an incredible state, we do have vulnerable families among us, and we do have families that need help. And we have these incredible nonprofits who are really specialized in helping these certain, whether it's vulnerable teens or families, refugees, foster kids, helping with the Great Salt Lake. There are so many different issues that you can lean in and help. So I would ask you to find a nonprofit that speaks to you, an issue that is interesting to you, donate, and then you can follow along. You can follow them on their social media. You can get their newsletter. You can bring your family to do a hands-on volunteer. But really right now is all about fundraising. So we are so excited to have you here, so excited to have you along on this journey of Utah Gives. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do for Utah. We're excited to do more together. This is going to be an incredible statewide campaign where everyone in Utah is coming together and doing better for all of our families here in Utah.
When you have kids out on the streets and they are a target for sex trafficking and labor trafficking,
we have about 48 hours to get them into safety, or they become subject to trafficking.
the risk is so high.
We want kids to come to us when they need help. No matter what the circumstances they're in, our doors are open 24/7. We do not want kids to sleep on the streets. Welcome to Youth Futures.
If Youth Futures isn't there to help the kids that need it, or they could end up, worst case scenario, dead. Some kids have been kicked out of the home. Some kids run away from the abuse and seek help from us to figure out where to go next and what even could happen next.
We realized that if somebody was going to do this, it was going to be us.
If we don't stand up, then who will?
We had a kid come to us and he saw the kitchen and he asked us, is there always food available for us? And we said, yeah, of course. And he pulled out some ketchup packets that he took from the cafeteria at school because he didn't know when he was going to eat next.
They are the place where kids can walk through the door and be unconditionally accepted and supported.
This young kid came to the door. He was 17 years old. We were brand new. One day he didn't want to go to therapy and he got really upset. And he walked out the door screaming obscenities, and we thought we had failed that kid. 3 years later, he showed back up at our door and he asked for me. I recognized him right away, and he brought his wife and his child and told us that we had saved his life, that we got him on the right track, that he was married, had a job, he had housing, and he wanted to donate some clothes. And he thanked us for everything that we had done for him. We need funds to help us continue to provide these services because they're critical. These kids need us. They have no place else to go. I walk into one of these bedrooms and I see shoes on the floor and the kids' things, and I hear kids laughing, playing the piano, interacting with our staff. It's such a rewarding thing to know that these kids are happy, they're safe, they're on the path to success.
The Beers Ears Partnership is involved in conservation all over the Beers Ears, but also I think the most important thing that Beers Ears Partnership does is really put the Indigenous voice first. This is my home.
Certain places should be protected.
It's for future generations, for my children, my grandchildren, the Navajo Nation, the Hopi tribe, the Zuni tribe, the Ute Ute, and the Array Ute tribe.
Who does it belong to? That was initially hard to kind of answer. Why? Because I was coming to that realization myself. I came to places like Newspaper Rock with my elders and my son, and translated for my son what my elders were saying.
Tribal members will come back to this landscape and reconnect with it. And the prayers, ceremonies, interacting and being one with the landscape, exploring this area themselves to remember who they are.
Coming back and becoming the whole people again. So my son, we lost him earlier this year. So when I look at places like this, I imagine he will visit this place again in the afterlife. I guess it makes it more part of my mission to introduce more children to this landscape. You know, sometimes people ask me that are not native, how do I visit this place and respect that personal connection you don't have? And I say, well, you have that own personal connection yourself. Who does it belong to? Well, it belongs to all of us. Archaeologically, you have human footprints inside the sloth footprints, hunting it down, woolly mammoths on the shoreline watching this happen. So it shows a deeper history than what was initially thought. So when you look at the initial big game, which would be the very faint ones towards the back, later on you had in the basket maker period, but later on you now have horseback, whether it's Navajo or Ute, but now it's hunting like an elk. You see these imagery, you see the fact that there's human existence for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It speaks to humanity. It speaks to the fact that we're experiencing life on a little rock going through space, surrounding a sun that will eventually go out. You're human. You are part of that tapestry.
This place represents human relationship. The Bears Ears is just a microcosm of all the issues in the world. Like, everything is happening out here in some form. If we can work together to save this place, we can do this elsewhere in the world.
Hi, I'm Gavin Dahl. I'm the Executive Director of KRCL Community Radio, 90.9 FM on your dial, and at krcl.org. We also have a great app that thousands and thousands of people use. We're a community radio station. A lot of people don't know what that means. We are different from the other broadcast outlets out there, and we like that. Our mission is very specifically focused on music discovery and community connection. And so we are entirely local in our programming, entirely music, with the exception of a very important program weeknights at 6 o'clock called Radioactive, hosted by the award-winning producer Laura Jones. That show is a place where we show off how proud we are to be members of the Utah Nonprofits Association, and we've had the chance to highlight Utah Gives quite a bit over the weeks and months leading up to today. And so our community radio station is really focused on passing the mic and giving opportunities for folks who are not necessarily represented well in the media otherwise. So after 47 years of broadcasting in Utah, all kinds of things from hip hop to the Grateful Dead, from blues to bluegrass, we represent a lot of different subcultures and communities. We have big expansion plans, and you might be wondering, why is this goofy guy wearing a hard hat inside of his office? Well, next week we go under construction on a dramatic expansion of our headquarters. So KRCL is based at 300 North and 500 West, just a couple blocks from West High School. And we're in a very fast-growing neighborhood, the Guadalupe neighborhood, sort of between downtown and Rose Park. is under a lot of transition right now. If you haven't been over this way lately, come take a look. Soon to be one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in all of Salt Lake City. And we are expanding to create a new gathering place for the community, a permanent incubator for local music, and a long-term home for future generations of KRCL volunteers and supporters. We are expanding with a grand opening scheduled for next summer. So our new facility will include a 200 capacity all ages hall, a venue, which we'll use for a combination of KRCL events, community events, some free and low cost things like, teens who have a band can book a show here, all the way up to event rentals and partnerships with a lot of our existing nonprofit partners. So we hope that this space is one that a lot of Utah Nonprofit Association members will be able to access as well. And we're building a small art gallery. There are not a lot of places to exhibit your art on the west side of Salt Lake City. So we're really excited about the opportunity to partner with great groups like Framework Arts, Saltgrass Printmakers, Artes de Mexico, and others who are looking for the opportunity to have more gallery space. And then we're building 3 additional studios, a large conference room, more bathrooms, of course, engineering space, storage space. And this will really allow KRCL to do more than we've done throughout all these years. We're not going to stop being a radio station, but in 2025 alone, we had over 130 bands perform live on KRCL, and more than 50 of those resulted in a YouTube video